Hi, my name is Terry Weaver, and I am founder of The Thing. A few years ago, some friends and I got together and thought, wow, there really should be a place for those people that are the round pegs and square holes, those people who think differently, those people who are dreamers and doers, those people are the creators, the makers, and the misfit makers. And so we created an event just for you. So the first ticket that you can get to join us at The Thing is the VVIP ticket. And that's a special ticket that lets you come in a couple of days before the event begins. We'll spend a day in a resort hotel, in a suite there, going together through your ideas. We'll take your idea through the same process that Disney Imagineering takes their ideas through, actually with a Disney Imagineer.
And this is my second time coming back to The Thing for the VVIP day. I've really applied a lot of things that I've been thinking about, and today was a really good day to reflect on those and see what I need to do to take next steps for the next year.
Both Terry and McNair Wilson have been incredibly helpful. They've got me thinking in new directions, and things they've come up with ideas for me that I never would have come up with.
Being able to work through projects together, everybody collaborating, working together, helping each other figure out how do we do things next.
The Thing helps kind of get you out of your comfort zone and definitely helps you.
The VIP thing is for your chance to come in a day before the conference begins. We'll spend that day in a Walt Disney theme park. You'll get to experience all of the excitement of the theme park, and you'll get to see it from the guided tour with a Disney Imagineer. We'll take you kind of a little bit behind the dreams, and you'll see kind of how Disney makes their magic and how you can apply that to the work that you do. And then right before the Thing conference begins, you'll get a bonus breakout session just for those that have bought the VIP and the VVIP tickets.
I came here only knowing one person, but the conversations that we're getting into, the content is great, but the conversations are even better.
If you want to dream again, if you thought, like, what am I doing with my life, and you have ideas, I encourage you to come and dream.
Lastly, there's the main thing. That's the main conference. It's your general admission to come and join us and to be in the room and be one of those world changers that's making a difference. If we can't have the wonder of a child, we're going to be stuck in a place we can't get out of.
It's easy to go out and do a good job every day. It's really hard to do a great job every day. And it's easy to settle. It is so easy to settle at good and not go to great.
If you don't know what's important and valuable to you, the world will decide what's for you.
People buy outcomes, not time.
You have to know what's on brand and what's off brand.
Core values is the number one thing that you have to know how to cultivate the community with grit that you're really looking for.
They're one decision away from making that big move they really need. And maybe you've got that piece they need.
Before you can even ask for anything of anybody, you got to go ahead and jab them with content that edifies and educates and builds them up.
You want to be the person who brings context to that content because you want to be the transformation.
In this place, we're all peers, we're all creatives working together, and we get this fantastic sense that, like, we're moving together as a group.
It's just mind-opening. I don't see a reason why you should not come, and it's been life-changing for me in a few ways, which sounds cliche, but really it's helped me shift my focus in new and creative ways, and I'm excited to see what's ahead.
No person wants to follow someone who's waiting until they have the following to start speaking with truth. It begins here, and it begins now, and it begins with the people who are currently connected to you.
This is my idea, it's what I want to do, but let me tell you about it.
Working with somebody else, that's actually collaboration, is when you actually have somebody else who complements you to kind of bring something new to the table.
Your worth creates your work, not the other way around.
If you can get that one thing right for that person who's an expert in that area, then they will think you got everything else right too.
What I believe is that we get to create our own destiny, but it starts with the stories that we tell ourselves. You're either sacrificing for your thing, or you're sacrificing your thing.
Trust your thing, people. It'll take you far.
Let's create a culture that we all want to live in. Let's create the future we imagine.
Make encouragement your thing.
So whatever your thing is, make sure you're living it 100% all the time. And I promise you that your thing will go to the next level.
If you are looking for a
a community of doers, of dreamers, of builders, of makers of things, you want to be able to come to the thing. And more than anything else, you will get to participate in a community of people who are so incredibly generous with their knowledge, with their time. If you need one more thing to get you boosted up to the next level, you'll find it at the thing. So don't miss it next year, 2020. Get ready right now. Come to the thing.
Well, hello, Thingers. Good afternoon. There's a bunch of you here. I appreciate you guys taking some time out from your Friday afternoon. It's a big day for many of us. If you're me, it's a big day. I've put on shoes, a shirt, I've showered, I've worn pants with belt loops on them. So, like, it's a big day. I hope everyone is excited to be here. Guys, we have got a packed 3 or 4 hours ahead of us. So I need you to do a few things. If you're here, share on Instagram stories, on Facebook. Take a picture of where you're watching this from and use the hashtag #TheThingAtHome. Let us know that you're here. Let us know maybe where you're watching from, who you're watching with, if you're watching with anyone. I hope that you're going to be able to grab a notebook. If you've got a Thing notebook, which many of you probably do, grab it, take notes. Every speaker is going to deliver value today. They're going to deliver content. Many of them have worked really, really hard and struggled through just what to say in this time, because a lot of us right now are having a hard time just even to find words and how to just gain a little clarity through this. And so I'm super excited about my friends. I'm super proud of what we've created. And if you get a chance, share some people. And in fact, right now, after you take that picture, use the thing, hashtag #TheThingAtHome. Tag some people who need to be here in the comments below. Just write 2 or 3 people you can think of. It's like, hey, you need to be here, Bill. Frank, you should get yourself over here. Susie, come on over. And guys, I hope that this content is really going to serve you well, that it will assist you kind of in getting just kind of a boost. A lot of us are kind of in the middle of a reboot right now. The world kind of turned off and things are slowly powering back on, and having experienced an internet and power outage this week, I understand what that's like. Things kind of don't work right away. Some things have to be restarted again. You have to look at everything, and we're kind of in the middle of that. But yeah, I'd love to just see on Instagram and all over the internet just how you guys are watching. Take a picture of your laptop or a selfie with your TV, whatever you guys are doing. Yeah, guys, this is going to be a fun day. I see tons of our speakers in the comments already showing up and delivering value. And I hope that you take advantage of it. If you have questions for them, if you see them in the comments, interact with them. You're gonna hear them. You're gonna see them. All of them managed to get their kids quiet enough, or their one of our speakers admitted, like, this is the first day that I've actually worn a shirt that didn't have a stain on it in a month. And so we all have been through this season, and so, like, the content that you're going to get is going to be fantastic. But every day at the thing, you know that it doesn't matter where it is or what it is. We always start with a story. And spoiler alert, I had picked our stories already. Leslie and I had gotten together and picked our stories for Orlando in a couple of weeks, and we bought those books and picked them out a long time ago just to be ready for this time. And man, the book that I picked out for day one of the thing, and I think we'll probably still read it again because it's so good. It's such a possibility. It's about possibility and about what is possible. And I think right now there is no greater opportunity in history to say, man, there are so many new things that we can do and accomplish. So without further ado, we're going to dive right in. I speak first at the thing, and I have a little talk. I'm going to do mine live. Everyone else kind of is pre-recorded theirs for you. But we're going to start with Leslie and a little reading from the book, Maybe.
Hi
Hi guys, my name's Leslie Weaver and I work in the education system and lead quite a few hundred employees every day, and so we work with children. And so at the thing, we always start with some sort of children's book to teach us a lesson in leadership or entrepreneurship or dreaming. And so today I want to share this book with you. Just like we start at the thing each day, we want to share a lesson and maybe motivate you to action. So our story today is Maybe, a story about endless potential in all of us. So let's get going. Have you ever wondered why you're here? You are the only you there has ever been or will ever be. You have so much to offer. Maybe you will invent something that no one else has ever seen before. Maybe you will build things that reach high into the sky. Your life is yours. Try as many things as you can. See as much as you can see. Wherever you go, take your hopes, pack your dreams, and never forget, it's on journeys that discoveries are made. Maybe you will help others to see the beauty in each day. Or maybe you will lift cheering crowds onto their feet. Do everything with love, follow your heart, and see where it leads you. Maybe you are here to shine a light into places that have been dark for way too long. Maybe you will speak up for those who can't speak for themselves. Maybe you are here to help in ways that only you can. There will be struggles, there will be fears, and it won't always be easy. At times, it feels really hard. And you might make a mess of things. You may even fall down. You may fail. But you will also get back up and you will rise a little stronger and a little taller, because there really is more inside of you than you know. And this world needs your gifts, your talents, and your big ideas. And maybe you're just getting started. What if you're only scratching the surface of what you can do and who you can be? What if you have talents you haven't discovered yet? There is something powerful, even magical about you. You already have everything it takes to do big things. Maybe you have no idea just how good you really can be. And maybe you don't know how much you matter. But maybe, just maybe, the world has been waiting centuries for someone exactly like you. One thing is for sure, you are here. And because you are here, anything is possible. The end. Thanks for joining me.
And because you are here, anything is possible. What a thought. That anything really is possible. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's that anything could happen. That anything that we maybe weren't even expecting could happen. You guys know my love for pachyderms. You know that I love elephants. You know that I love rhinos. You know that I love the hippopotami. But the one animal that I'm really, as I've always been an elephant guy, I've really gravitated to rhinos during this season. And growing up, this image kind of whacked out on me, so you'll have to bear with me here for just a second. We're trying new tech. We're doing new things today. But one of the characters that I grew up loving was this little guy right here. The Kool-Aid Man. You know, the Kool-Aid commercials where the giant, big red pitcher of Kool-Aid would run into any situation and shout, "Oh yeah!" Which was very much at the time like one of my favorite wrestlers, Randy Macho Man Savage, who would snap us into a Slim Jim. But the Kool-Aid Man would bust through any wall that would go through any situation. They could not be stopped. Oh yeah! Much like the rhino. In fact, there was at the very beginning of quarantine, there was a popular safari meme or video clip going around where these people discovered a rhino and they had to start reversing the vehicle because the rhino did not know reverse. It was only going forward. And I've begun to think of this season and this time about the Kool-Aid Man. And I've begun to think about entrepreneurs and creatives and what they do. And this morning, I did a really weird thing. I got up this morning relatively early, which is weird in and of itself, considering I was up till about 5:30 or 6 o'clock this morning working on this content to make sure we could get everything worked out. But I got up to go pick up food from a restaurant supplier. The restaurant supplier is Sysco. Now, not to be confused with the rapper Sysco, but I got up this morning, I went to our local park, and I picked up hamburger meat that's been in short supply everywhere I've been, and potatoes that have been hard to find from a restaurant supplier. They didn't pivot their business, but what they did is they looked at what they did, what they were doing, what they were creating, how they served. They got food to people, but the places where people gathered to get food have changed. And so instead of them delivering food to one of my favorite chefs, or maybe taking the food to Five Guys so I could get a burger from Five Guys, they brought that burger to my local park, to Thompson Station Park, which is now named for some alderman who I have no idea, because I looked at it, but I have no idea where this is. But I figured it out and went there. We went there this morning, and I'm now a proud owner of 20 pounds of hamburger meat. I'm not exactly sure what all we're going to do with it. We're probably going to have to make some chili and put a bunch in the freezer. But because someone in a meeting at Sysco said, what is possible? Now, one of the things that I've learned with creatives and entrepreneurs, that's what they do. They run through walls. Nothing stops them. And that's what the Kool-Aid Man does. He doesn't stop. No silly wall is going to stop the Kool-Aid Man. And what's interesting, if you learned, and this isn't at all a statement about different kinds of organizations, but entrepreneurs, when they can't get something they need, what do? They go out and get it. Other organizations, other types of people may not do that. They'll be stopped. I know right now, cleaning products are hard to find. If you've been to the store, you know that. But if you're an entrepreneur and you need it for your business, you know what you're going to do? You're going to go out there and you're going to find some dang cleaning supplies. And I have seen entrepreneurs from, like my friend Chris Markgraf, who owns a company called Froggy's Fog. And one of their main people that they serve is the entertainment industry. Well, those people don't need fog right now. But you know what's in fog? Alcohol and water. You know what also contains alcohol and water that we all need right now? Hand sanitizer. So, quickly, they've pivoted, not necessarily to a new business, not necessarily to a change, but they've doubled down on what they have. They were already making things with alcohol and water. So now, and they're continuing to make the other types of things they make. If you've been in a city where the Blue Angels have flown over, that's their it's a fog product that comes out of the back of those that they manufacture just south of me here in Columbia, Tennessee. But here's the interesting thing is, rather than, you can either sit around right now and you can complain about the situation you're in, or you can say, what am I going to do with the wall in front of me? What am I going to do with the obstacles? And one of my favorite movies is the movie Dumb and Dumber. But we all know the scene early on in the movie where I think it's Harry that meets that girl that just he loves and he wants to be around, and he basically asks her out, and she said there's an 1,000,000 chance, and so in his mind there's still a chance. And now is the time, guys, to be hopeful. Now is the time to be optimistic. But here is the reality. Optimism without action is useless. In fact, it's probably insanity. It's why and how we go crazy if we don't back up optimism and hope with action. Hopeful people who don't do anything just stand on the other side of the wall. But the Kool-Aid man right there, man, he's running through the wall. So what I need from you guys, and as we kind of go through this day and go through these speakers, is I want to kind of you to ask yourself is, what walls are you going to have to run through? What things are you going to have to apply the Kool-Aid man principle to? The Rhino, to be unstoppable, to run through, to be the kind of leader that plows into the things that they run up against. Because here's the reality about the Rhino and the Kool-Aid man, is they're unstoppable. And what I believe right now about you guys is that you are a group of creatives, that you are a group of leaders that will not be stopped, that will not let obstacles and things get in their way. So, guys, without further ado, we're going to get this puppy started. We're going to get going through this. How we're going to do this to keep it moving and quick is we're going to go a speaker, and I'll kind of introduce them just like I do with the thing, and we're going to try to keep this moving. I see you guys in the comments below. Keep commenting, keep tagging your friends, keep posting on Instagram and in your stories, taking photos of this and saying, hey, here I am watching this at home. If you've got anything swag on, I'd love to see that. I asked all of our alumni to wear. I've got a brand new We Need Your Thing t-shirt on today. And that's true, guys. Right now, what the world needs is that thing you do. They need you to run it through the wall and get it out there. And there are obstacles in front of you. I'm not trying to be unrealistic, but all I need you to do with those obstacles, and some of them are real, many of them are imaginary that you've made up, but it's time to run through walls. And here's the beautiful thing about what we have here, and that's community and people. When a group of people start running together, they become a herd, and herds are unstoppable. So I want you guys to dive into our first speaker today that's not me, my good buddy that I met on the internet because somebody tagged me in a post and said, you need to meet this guy. He has one of the most popular podcasts out there. He runs an event that I've spoke at called the Growth Now Movement. Here he is, the one and only Justin Shank.
What's up, Think Community? Justin Shank here. Wanted to just share some ideas and some inspiration with you with these very, very, very trying and different times that we're going through right now, right? One thing is true. We don't have control over what's happening in our government, what is happening with the choices that they're making to shut down businesses and everything in between. But what we do have control over is what we decide to do in this moment right now to make an impact, to inspire, and to grow what it is we're here to do, which I know a lot of you guys, you have a mission to inspire. You have a mission to help others reach their goals, and you have a mission to grow as individuals and help other people do the same thing. And so I'm really taking this time right now to focus on new ways to impact and touch as many people as I possibly can. Obviously, I have my podcast. That's something that hasn't changed. And I've actually been blessed and fortunate enough that my business itself really hasn't been impacted that much because it's solely online. So start to think about what can you do to move everything that you've done so far and move it online. That will create some sort of recession proof to your business so you don't have to worry about shutting down in the future. Start thinking about what is that second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh stream of income that you can create for yourself so that if they're shutting the doors of your brick and mortar, or they are shutting down the shipments of your business, or whatever the case may be, how do you withstand that and how do you push through and continue to solidify your income while growing your impact? So one thing I've decided to do is focus on more of true content, right? We have to understand there's 3 different phases of content. One's evergreen. Anything we can talk about that we can put out there and say, hey, this is something that can just residually be put out in front of people over and over and over again, and it'll always make sense. 2 is our personal story, right? That's something that also sticks with us forever. But how are you telling that story? I want to share with you some storytelling tips here before the end of my little time that I have. And number 3 is timely. And right now is a perfect time to truly put out content that's timely, right? Obviously, we're going through a pandemic. So how can you be the support system for other people going through this? Is it just a motivational word? Is it tips, tricks, and tactics? So start thinking about how you can lend a hand and support to people during this time. Look, the one thing we have is time right now, right? We don't even have time to get a haircut, hence this hat. And so what can you do to focus on making an impact and getting your message out there, whether it be through social media, guesting on podcasts, doing video, group chats through Zoom, whatever the case may be, see how you can deliver the message and the meaning behind everything that you're building right now. Now, I want to share tactical things with you on how to truly build out your story so you can then share it to make an impact. So obviously we all have stories and they're all different, but they're all extremely important and they're all very, very impactful to people that need to hear it. And something I share often is I had a good friend on my show named Preston Smiles who stated, at any given time, there are 75,000 people in this world that need to hear your message specifically from you. And that is pertaining to everything that we go through, like your story of how you're handling this time right now, or your story of how you overcame adversity, or your story of how you built your business, or your story of how you found that perfect relationship, or your story of how you got fit so you can share it with other people so you can then improve your life. So understand that first. Your message is important, but we have to tell our message not from our own healing standpoint, but to help heal others, right? So we need to keep that in the back of our minds as we're planning out our story. So one thing I will say to you is that we really begin with the end, right? Or the big kind of tip of the iceberg moment in your life. And so for me, it was when Inc. Magazine listed me as a top 8 podcast, right? So it's very easy for me to define what is my big moment, my big breaking moment, my big award, my big, yes, you did a great job type of pat on my back. You start there. So you first say, hey, my name is Justin Shank, and I've been chosen by Inc. Magazine as a top 8 podcast to follow. And now my podcast gets played in over 100 countries every single year. And then you go, but it wasn't always like that. And then you go into the pain points of your life. And the reason you do this is not to affect people emotionally, even though you will, and that's important. But the reason you do this is to humanize the award that you want, or to humanize the victories that you have in your life, or to humanize the millions of dollars you created in your business. So you have to humanize that by saying it wasn't always like that. And for me, I had a 1.7 GPA in school. Heck, if there was a senior superlative for at least like you to succeed, that would have been me. Why? Because during that 1.7 GPA, my mom was in the middle of a 20-year opioid addiction and my dad was in jail. And then you tell your story through that. And then the teaching point in your story is, what did you do along the way to get to where you are now, to get to the point where you're now the teacher, to get to the point now where you're the speaker, to get to the point now where you're the business owner, right? So you have to think about that. What is the story and the actual teaching points that you did to go along the way? Number one, for me, I had to find the vehicle. What vehicle do I have to build a business, to tell my story, to inspire, to motivate, and to let people know that it's okay, no matter where you come from, you can create whatever future you want. And that vehicle was podcasting. And so I figured out podcasting really well. So that's one thing I can teach. I also found out that it's a big mindset thing about overcoming limiting beliefs. So I can talk about limiting beliefs. And that's really where you start to define your teaching points within your story and put them all into a whole entire package, right? So say you're doing a 60-minute keynote. You have to look at it this way. It sounds overwhelming to do a 60-minute keynote, right? Here's what you do. You do 5 minutes of 5 to 10 minutes of an intro. Hey, this is Justin, tell your backstory, do all those things. And then you choose your 3 speaking points, and then you speak on all of those for 15 minutes with kind of subcategories under that, right? So build your story, truly define that. Then find your teaching points. What are you teaching right now to the world that will help them get through this moment, right? Obviously, it worked in my favor that podcasting is an online thing. That's my business. And so I've been able to grow during this time. But how can you take what you do and make it recession-proof? Start thinking about that. So those are the tactics I wanted to share with you here in this very quick online brief summit. Is look, understand that your story is extremely, extremely important. What you've been through, what you've healed from, and the lessons you've learned other people need to know. That's number one. Number two, what have you learned in your journey that you can then teach other people? Because it's valuable. So how can you start teaching the things that you've been through to people who need to hear it? Because there are people that look at you and say, I want that life. Teach them how to do it. Give them the gift and the tools they need to build the life that they want, right? And number three, think for the future constantly, right? So I'm teaching on stages. There's no stages to teach on right now, but I'm really narrowing down my story. I'm really getting into the nitty-gritty of teaching, and I'm motivating in a completely different way through Instagram and all those other things. And you can go check my Instagram at Justin T. Shank. Everything has kind of changed since the coronavirus because I've been able to step back, take the time to understand what does my audience want, and I've been delivering it. Hopefully this was helpful. I did this on the spot in about 2 seconds, but hopefully the information I shared here was super helpful for you guys. I cannot wait to see you at the thing in November and give you guys a big hug because we're going to hopefully have this whole entire coronavirus thing behind us, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you, Justin Shank. I appreciate it, buddy. Build something that they can't shut down. Man, that's good stuff. We're going to keep it going. Our next speaker was an attendee. And a lot of our speakers come from the audience. She attended the thing LA 2018, our very first one that we did out there, and then attended the thing Orlando last year. And she's part of one of my mastermind groups and a good friend and an amazing writer and full of great information. And some people I ask and invite to speak, and some people I just inform them that they're speaking. And so Aurora Gregory was informed she was speaking. And so here you go. Here's Aurora, and I'm excited for you guys to learn from her.
Hey, Think Community, how you doing? I know that we're all just really missing the fact that we're not going to all get a chance to be together in May. I'm really sad about it. Had such a great time at the conference last year, met so many amazing people, and just came away from that so encouraged. And so I'm really glad that Terry asked for some video chat from some of us speakers. Give us a chance to encourage you and to talk a little bit about what we're up to, and just kind of, I guess, commiserate a little bit in this season that we're in. And what a season it is, right? I don't think any of us at the beginning of the year would have thought that we'd be dealing with a global pandemic and a quarantine situation. I remember really clearly at the beginning of March, I guess, when things were really starting to roll here in the United States, and it looked like, it was going to get pretty heavy pretty quick, and of course it did. One of the things that I remember thinking about then, and I continue to kind of hold this up for myself, is what opportunity, what does this season make possible? It's a hard question to answer when you're, maybe struggling a little bit and trying to keep other parts of life moving. But even in the most difficult of situations, possibilities exist, opportunities exist. And I know for me, it's been super important for me to look at the situation through that lens. What does this situation make possible? What are the opportunities that exist for me and for others? Where can I continue to add value, and where can I look to others to bring value to what it is that I'm doing? My name's Aurora Gregory. I am a speaker, pitch mentor, and I'm the co-author of a book called Get Picked. It's all about how to create irresistible speaker proposals. And I work with speakers to coach them, help them get their pitches in a place where they can use them to go out and land stages and get on podcasts and put themselves in a position where they can communicate and build relationship with their audiences. And so this season for me has been a challenging one. I've had to really kind of fight my mind a little bit, because who has been affected more in this season of quarantine than speakers and conference presenters and event planners? So many events have had to have been canceled. So many have had to shift how they're being presented from being in real life to being virtual. And I've been in the process of building some great tools for speakers who I know really need them. And throughout this season, I've had to kind of challenge myself, challenge my mind, because so many times I've heard that little voice in my head that says, no, you don't do that. You don't want to put that out there right now. Like, who needs that right now? Well, the truth is, my community needs that. My tribe needs that. So what I've decided to do, what I've elected to do, is double down on what my community needs. I'm continuing to build, I'm continuing to create, and I'm continuing to press toward a launch that will happen more than likely in this season of quarantine. I'm not gonna wait until things are better, because honestly, when things are better, they're gonna be different than they were when we started in January, when we started this year. So I'm doubling down, because more than anything else, I know that my community needs me. Speakers need what I have to share with them. I may have to pivot a little bit. I know that my speaker tribe is pivoting, and I want to be there to help them. I want to be there to encourage them. I want to be there to help them build what they're trying to create in their lives and their businesses. So I'm showing up, and I want to encourage you to do that too. If you've ever wanted to be a speaker, if you have thought about pitching yourself for a podcast, if you've just been toying with the idea of clicking that blue button on Facebook and going live to talk to the people that need to hear your message, to know about what you do and what you offer, I want to encourage you to do that. Don't back away from your dream, from your knowledge, from the wisdom that you have to share. Now is the time to put it out there, because now is the time when it's needed. And it's probably needed more now than it ever has been. One of my favorite marketing gurus to follow is a man named Peter Shankman. He was kind enough to endorse the book that I co-authored. And his endorsement quote for us had a great line at the beginning of it, and I use it all the time. It reads like this: if you know your stuff, you should be on stage, because people believe people who are on stage. And I believe that's true. People who know their stuff, people like you, need to be on stage. You need to be on a podcast. You need to be going live. You need to be doing those things. So I want to challenge you. Frame up some topics. Think about what it is that you have to offer from a stage perspective. And then think about who you want to pitch. And if no one comes to mind right away, then go live. Put what it is you have to offer the world out. It's needed and it's necessary. You are an expert in whatever your thing is. Whatever it is, no one knows it like you. No one presents it like you. No one talks about it like you. You need to be able to put that out into the world, because there are people who need what it is that you have to offer. Don't deprive your audience at a time when they are trying to figure things out for themselves, when they're trying to pivot or reshape what it is that they're trying to do in their own lives and their own businesses. They need you. So I really want to encourage you. If you need to change things up, if you need to adapt, if you need to shift, do that. I'm doing that. I don't know of anybody who isn't doing that. But be open. Look for opportunity. What does this season make possible for you? It makes possible a lot of things for a lot of us, and we need to seize the opportunity for what it is. Eventually, this world is going to settle down into something that is going to resemble our new normal. Things will start to mellow out. When that time comes, you don't want to look back and think about the time that you didn't use to get things in place, to put yourself in a position to serve and to deliver something great. So I just want to encourage you, take this time, use it wisely, and every day make some movement to go forward. Some days it's going to feel like you moved an inch forward. Other days it's going to feel like you ran a 5K and you made great strides. It doesn't matter. Keep moving forward. Don't stop. Don't let this current situation, these current circumstances, keep you from doing what you've always wanted to do, what you've always dreamed of doing, and what you know you were put on this earth to do. I know I'm not doing that. I know Terry's not doing that. You've got an amazing community in the Thing tribe that you can tap into. Use this community to encourage you, to put some wind in your sails. Ask for help. Don't miss out on what's here. There's going to come a time when we're all going to be together. I can't wait for that. Until then, if I can help you, if I can serve you, if there's any guidance that I can offer, let me know. Be in touch. I would love to be able to share with you what I know, what I have to offer. And I would really love to know about you and what you have to offer. So knowing that we're gonna be together at some point, I'm just going to say I'll see you soon. And I'll be looking for what it is that you're going to put out into the world in this season. Terry, thank you so much for creating such a vibrant, supportive, generous community. Thank you for being so supportive and so generous. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Everyone, we'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Aurora. That was fantastic. You know, 2 questions I've been asking myself, and I'll give you the answers that I've found. And I think that the 97.894 people of you that are watching this right now will be able to say this. The thing that I have the most of right now is time. I have time available to do things that I may not have had before. And the thing that I don't have that I need more of, it's not that I don't have it, I just don't have enough of it, is audience and attention. And so now is the time for you guys to get attention. Because the people that have attention are the people that change the world. This next guy is someone I podcast with every week. We've probably talked over each other more than 2 other humans on planet Earth. He's a good friend, and we talk about Mickey Mouse a lot. And he's coming to you from his man room today. But I'm excited for you guys to hear from, actually, the very first person besides me to speak at the thing when it was all mine to do was Logan Sekulow. So here is my good friend, radio host, podcaster, filmmaker, wrestling organization owner, at one point in time, basketball team owner, and a guy that has ideas and actually does something with them, is going to share a little insight with you on what do you do when you have ideas.
Hello everyone, I'm Logan Sekulow. Welcome to my man loft. Yes, my whole house is not decorated this way. This is just my one designated space that I'm allowed to go crazy in. So there's everything from my kiss wall over here. I'm staring at my wrestlers. I got so much stuff going on. Got this towel covered in blood that Gene Simmons threw at my wife a few months back. Back when we were all going out, back when there were concerts. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad we went when we did. I wanted to hop on here and say hello and give you a little bit of what I typically talk about when I have these opportunities. When Terry says, Logan, will you come talk about something? And I usually say, for Terry, I'll do it. I'm happy to do it. I will say this beautiful Hollywood Hogan skull cap I purchased during quarantine specifically for the fact that my hair was going crazy. But now it's become a bit of a trademark, a bit of an idea, and like part of my ID. And I know for a fact that to my listeners and to my viewers, because I've been posting clips, that multiple have gone online and sought out and found them and bought them. So I believe we probably had the biggest uptick in sales of these WCW 1998, 1999 skull caps that maybe have ever happened. And I picked up these for $30 for a set of 6 of them. And I've been wearing them like crazy. I love the way they feel, but also it hides my crazy hair, but it also gives someone something to attach themselves to you. And I think that's important to always find sort of your trademark, a look or something. And yes, it may be ridiculous. Do I want to live wearing a skull cap every day for the rest of my life like I'm Hulk Hogan, like I'm the Macho Man Randy Savage? Maybe not. But for the time being, it provides a little relief for people, and I enjoy it. What I wanted to talk about is, again, something I spoke about at the thing, I guess it was 2 years ago. And I've lived by one rule. I live by many rules, but one rule when it comes to creation of ideas. I make TV shows. I've made feature films. I've made documentaries. I host a daily radio show, the Logan Secular Reprogram, which runs in the Orlando area as well as a podcast. I host WDW Today with Terry Weaver. I do a lot of different things. I am involved in a ton of different work, from ministry all the way, like I said, to making daily radio and podcasts and movies and really anything that I feel like I can and can do a good job at. If you're like me, though, you experience a lot of ideas quickly, and they come and they go, and and sometimes you can be red hot in an idea, and then you give it a few days, and it just starts to fade. You realize maybe the idea isn't what you wanted to. It's always a good exercise, I think, to experiment and to try new things, to try out new ideas. But one rule that I always live by, and I really do live by it, is what I call the 2-week rule. And the 2-week rule states that, and it's something I created myself because I realized it was something internally that happens to me. I get red hot on an idea. This is going to be great. I love this. This is the greatest thing we've ever come up with. I can't wait. And like you said, you get 3-4 days out and it starts to fade. You get a week out, it really starts to fade. You get 2 weeks out, and often it's completely gone from your mind and you've moved on to different things. But there are those rare occasions where there's something that is inside of you, where God places it in you, or there's something that internally you know that you have to explore. And what I like to do is I give it 2 weeks. And the first few days of that 2 weeks, I usually keep it to myself or to some very close friends. And then I start to spread out, tell a few more people, get some feedback, get some ideas, get some understanding. But mainly, the main goal is when you get to 2 weeks, if it's still all you can think about, if it's still that one thing that's in the back of your mind, and look, I got one right now that I haven't expressed to many people. I think that is when you know that you should explore it to the next level. Now, that doesn't mean that you get to the next level and you have to go make this thing, because sometimes it's a project that takes a lot of time and a lot of money. But I think if you've been talking about idea, and I'm sure you've started to research, but you haven't really gone full in, I think you deserve your own brain to really look at what the strategic next moves would be to make that idea a reality. So if it's a podcast, it's pretty easy. Well, do I have audio equipment? Great. Do I have internet connection? Awesome. Well, guess what? You can make a podcast. Is it a feature film? Okay, that maybe need a little bit more. You need more people in your crew. You may need more money. You may need a lot. Now, you do have your own phone, and I do think there's a lot happening with just this phone right here that I'm talking to you right now. So you can make a lot with just that. But if it's something that's really in your heart and in your spirit, I like to say give it 2 weeks, and if it's still on your mind, pursue what it would take to make that dream a reality. And if you can, you then take it to the next step and see if that's a reality. And you can move it up. I think it's important to take baby steps in something, because it's very easy to be like me and get caught up in the moment and so excited about a project, and it takes all of your brain, and then you get just a few days out and you kind of just, not that you've soured on the idea, you've just forgotten and you've just sort of moved on with your life. Or, like I said, a new idea has sprouted. But in those rare instances, give yourself 2 weeks. And before you invest your real hard time and real hard money, give yourself 2 weeks to really kind of marinate on just whatever that idea is, whether it's a business, whether it's a project. And then once you get to that 2 weeks, if it's still all consuming, if it's still your dream and your passion and what your whole life has been built up to, in 2 weeks it still will be. And that will give you at least the opportunity to decide whether it's important to your life to move forward with that project. And again, just give it 2 weeks and then move forward and see what you can do to make that dream a reality. I want to thank Terry Weaver for letting me come in here, share my 2-week rule. I hope it was easy to understand. I'm sorry I don't have better equipment on me right now. I am, again, broadcasting from the Man Loft. You probably can hear my dog barking, but it's just part of the journey that we're all on right now. I wanted to say thank you. Please, if you want to reach out to me, if you have any questions or comments, you can do so on Instagram at Logan Seculo. You can find the Logan Seculo Reprogram, my daily radio show and podcast, on wherever you get your podcast. So, that's Apple Podcast, Spotify. Find it there. WDW Today, our Disney podcast I do with Terry. You can find it on all your podcast streams. And you can find me on YouTube. And however else you want to reach out, Facebook, great. I know you're watching this probably on Facebook. Like my page, send me a message. And if I can, or if it's something I can speak into, I'll be happy to respond and to see what I can do to help you with your next big idea and your next thing. So I appreciate it again to Terry and to everybody at the thing, and I hope to get to see you guys soon, later in the year or next year or whenever all of this lifts. I hope to see you there in person.
Thank you, Logan. We appreciate it, buddy. We appreciate your headband as well. Thanks, everyone, for hopping on. Thank you guys for being so active in the comments and tagging your friends below. You guys are doing a fantastic job about that. One of the things I wanted to remind everybody is we are still doing the thing. The thing is not canceled, but it is postponed. We aren't doing the thing, obviously, as you've heard, in May, because it's literally impossible to do it right now. Although we did just get news that Disney World is slowly beginning the reopening process. They're opening in May 11th, just a few days from now, Disney Springs. And we'll begin that process to slowly power the mothership back on again. So we are excited about that. We will be gathering in Orlando. Let me see if I can put them there. Yeah, the new dates are November 6th through 8th. So you can write them down. You can put them on your calendar. You can tell your friends. You've bought a ticket already. You're good. You're covered. You're all set. You've got your spot. It is saved. But if not, for the next week, I'm offering a special discount code for you guys to encourage you to take action, because we need you, honestly, to sign up. We need to know you're coming. We need to know that you're supporting us and kind of saying, hey, we're doing this. We're going on. It's the first weekend of May. It's an amazing time. I mean, the first weekend of November. It's an amazing time to be in Orlando. It's when Disney makes the transition. Literally, the day I arrive will be the day they make the transition from Halloween to Christmas. It's also right in the middle of the Food and Wine Festival. And Justin Shank and I already have a date set the Monday after the thing. And now that it will be Food and Wine Festival, our to-do list just got a little longer, but we're just the men for the job. So we are excited about you guys being with us. November 6th to 8th, you just use the code Let's Do This. Saves you 15% off. It's the biggest public discount I ever put out there. So if you're watching this and you've never been, now if you're an alumni, if you go to the alumni private Facebook group, there is an alumni discount code that you can go there. Louis, hey man, thank you for hopping on. Thank you guys, so many of you. I'm seeing Justin and Brittany and Andy and Aurora and so many of our speakers are in here, and Mike Brennan and Liz Wilcox. So many of our speakers, Chuck Pasalmo, McNair Wilson, all of you guys. I genuinely appreciate these speakers, not only for taking the time to create content for you guys, but taking the time to be here with you in the comments as long as they can. They all are building businesses. They all are trying to serve their communities, and they're coming in and pouring into mine, and that's super humbling to me as well. If one of you want to put the discount code, Dinah, maybe you're always a great, put some links in there. You can go to thething.live. You can use the code Let's Do This and join us. It's going to be fantastic. Hopefully it'll be fall weather in Orlando, which just means it's 89 instead of 91. So that's what I'm hoping for. Anyways, well, guys, we're gonna keep it going. I love this next dude. He was one guy that he sent me his video, and it was the shortest thing ever, and it was so brilliant. I was like, dude, you gotta spread it out. Explain it to us mere mortals. And this guy is brilliant. He is literally one of the best, most sought after marketers and copywriters on the planet. He is the man that introduced me to Korean food. He is the man that one of the few people on planet Earth that has convinced me that karaoke is a good idea. But would you guys do me a favor? Make welcome my good friend, and as soon as you're around this man, he'll become yours. The one and only, the legend himself, Mike Kim.
Hey guys, Mike Kim here. Hope that you are doing well. Looking forward to hanging with everybody in Orlando at the thing. Hopefully later this year, the world will have calmed down by then. Hope that you and your friends, your family are doing well. Hope that your business is doing well, that you're continuing to work and find work and continuing to create. You know, one of the things that I decided as soon as all this stuff happened is that this virus and all the lockdowns could keep me quarantined in a room, but I would still change the world through my laptop, right? I wouldn't let it hinder what I was working on or what I was creating. And I just thought that I would share a few tips here with you, which I may be able to get into a little bit further when we get together in person. But a lot of folks have been asking me about what to say. You know, what do we say? Especially if we're running businesses, we're talking to clients, we can feel a little bit sheepish about pitching something, about offering a product or a service or sales, or what do we say and how do we say it, especially given the climate. And the first piece of advice I give you is that, you know, we are well past that whole shock stage. You know, people are now at this point where we want to get back to normal. So, definitely change your language from frustration and just anger and just that frustration to one of adapting and adjusting. That is what we have all done. You know, we've been living like this now for well over a month and a half. In some parts of the country, 2 months. It seems like some parts of the world for months. And so this whole new normal, which everyone is talking about, is already sort of here, at least in this phase. So I want to encourage you to use the words adapt and adjust. We want to help you continue to adapt and adjust, and not shy away from that. Just, you know, use your voice to be there for your people. Use your voice to be there to help bring clarity to the situation. Now, when it comes to actually saying something in our marketing material, in our emails or social media, let me give you a really quick kind of grid and like framework matrix that I use. You know, when I see somebody who is encountering my business, I see them in 5 distinct stages. You know, at the first stage, they are completely unaware, not just of my business, they're unaware that a problem exists. And then they move to the second stage and they become problem aware, that they're aware that a certain problem exists. The third stage is they become solution aware, that there is indeed a solution to this. Now, if I were to put this in like coronavirus terms, right? For a long time, we were unaware of it. The news broke at the end of last year, and we became problem aware, right? And as the world just continued to suffer from this outbreak, we became very problem aware. We are not solution aware yet. There is no solution yet, right? So these are very different conversations that we are having, you know, through this you know, global pandemic. But it applies to marketing business. So once someone is solution aware, hopefully they move to the next stage where they become product aware. They become aware of your product, aware of what you do. We will become aware of a vaccine or a treatment, hopefully, please, you know, at some point, right? And then once they're really, really down that, you know, little progression, they are, you know, what the kids say, they're woke. All right, they're pretty aware. They're very, very aware. And at each of these different 5 stages, I write a different type of message. So if someone's completely unaware, I will tell stories. I'll give you another example. I had a lady join me at one of my workshops, and she's like, Mike, I really want to build a brand around healthy homes. And I was like, well, I don't understand what that means. And she said, you know, we're a military family. We moved 10 times in 10 years. and we found that in certain homes we were suffering from really bad headaches, and that's because our head was against the wall in our bedroom that had the power meter on the outside of the wall. And I was like, I just looked at her like she had 3 heads. I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. See, that's a situation where I was completely unaware. And so as she told me this story of her moving 10 times in 10 years with her husband and her kids, I now became problem aware. I was aware that there was such a thing as this that was causing people headaches. You see what I mean? Now, once someone gets to that aware stage, that problem aware stage, what you do is you write secrets. You know, here's what's really going on. People don't know that the power meter outside on the wall of their house is actually emitting this, invisible, whatever, emanation, waves, whatever, that will affect you. And so you see there are secrets. There's something that there are things the prospect doesn't know. And so, there you talk about secrets. Now, as you become solution aware, well, what's the solution? You simply restate the solution. You simply restate the problem and tell the solution. So she was like, well, the solution is you move your furniture. And you look at the way that your house was wired when it was built and make sure that where you sit, where you put your furniture is not in direct, alignment with those things, because otherwise it will mess with your head. So I've now become solution that they're aware that there is a possibility of fixing this. And then, of course, I become product aware because of her brand, become product aware. So when I'm product aware, or when a prospect is product aware, all you do is make promises. I promise that you will learn this. I promise I will teach you to do that. I promise I will fix this problem. And if I become a customer and a repeat customer, I am woke, right? And all at that point a business owner needs to do is just make direct offers. So unaware, problem aware, solution aware, unaware, let me say that again. Unaware, problem aware, solution aware, product aware, and woke. And corresponding with each of those steps, you write stories, secrets, problem solution, promises, and you make a direct offer. All right, I hope that helps you today and just helps you kind of just get an idea of how to frame your marketing messages. Any good campaign is going to have all 5 of those things, because you never know where someone is on the journey of getting to know you, your brand, your product, your offerings, your services, and so on and so forth. So just keep that in mind. I hope to see you in November at the thing face to face, and I'll unpack this a little bit further. Until then, just be safe, keep working, keep putting time into your craft, keep serving people, using your voice to bring clarity to those who are in your sphere of influence, and I will see you soon.
Wow. So much value. Write those things down, guys. Apply them to your business. Lots of encouragement coming your way today, guys. But also, if you're paying attention, if you're writing, if you're taking notes, there are things you can deploy right now in your business. And that's what I asked them to do. I asked them to encourage you, and I asked them to equip you. And that is what the thing is about. I want you to leave. I want you to leave fired up, but I don't want you to leave fired up without a plan or without tools. That's like sending people to build a house with no plan and nowhere to build it. And that's what happens at the thing is we want you to come with your thing, whatever yours is. And guys, we need your thing. Like, that's what we're saying right now. That's what the world needs, is what you do. The world needs what you have to offer. The things that you have in here aren't going to change anything. But what I loved what he said in the very beginning. And in fact, Mike Brennan captured that. We let him kind of work ahead this time a little bit. But Mike Brennan captured an amazing image, and I'll be sharing them over from The Thing Facebook page. But captured an amazing image of Mike in his talk, and the decision that he made that this virus is not going to stop him from changing the world from his laptop. And guys, right now, I'm doing this all from my laptop. And you have tools, whatever you have it in front of you. And you too cannot let this virus or anything else or whatever the next thing that comes along and tries to get in our way, you need to be prepared. And this next speaker is someone who I met at a conference Surprisingly, I met him at breakfast, and really deeply, and got to talk and get to know him. I'd heard his name from a lot of people. I was had spoke at Justin Shank's event, and I got to know Andy Storch offline in that moment, and we got to sit down. And if you've been around me, you know that when I'm around people and I see something in them, I call that out. And Andy is one of those people that goes to events and gets value out of just the way that he's there and the way that he serves people. And I don't know of any other man on the planet that would make his Zoom background or his video background a waterfall. That's what Andy's done. And his green screen also copied his mic, so all you're going to see is just his windscreen. But so be sure that you don't miss the brilliance of what Andy has to say. And all of you right now, the whole time, you're going to be thinking, at least if you're a '90s kid like me, you're going to be wanting to remind Andy to don't go chasing waterfalls. But so here we go, Andy Storch, great content coming your way. Here it is. Saddle up. It's coming. Here you go.
What is up, everybody? My name is Andy Storch, and I was asked to make this video about how I am pivoting and getting through these challenging times as an entrepreneur. And I have a lot of thoughts on this because there's a lot of things going on. And I think no matter what you do, and everybody's different, everybody's got a different type of business or job or industry, and they're all impacted differently, right? So I don't think anybody can just give some advice and say, oh, go do this and you'll be fine. But I think no matter what kind of business or industry you're in, no matter what your job looks like, no matter what your situation looks like, no matter what it is, mindset is everything. Your outlook and how you see these things as challenges or opportunities is probably going to determine your ability to react and respond, and really your overall happiness throughout everything that's going on. So do you choose to surround yourself with a negative circle of influence and listen to all the complaints and the bad news? Or do you surround yourself with waterfalls like this and good news and happy people? And I choose the latter. I don't follow the news very much. I surround myself socially and in my small inner circle of my family, but socially online with a lot of positive people who are doing ambitious, awesome things. I also invest a lot in coaching and masterminds. I'm in 2 of those, and both of them are filled with ambitious people who are also out hunting and fighting and trying to make the best of this time. So all the people that I interact with, that I talk to, are all out there trying to make the best of this, having a good time, trying to build their business, whatever it may be. So I'm almost kind of in a bubble, like shielding myself from doom and gloom. So anytime anybody brings up like, oh, this is something that's going on in the news, there's protests or whatever it is, I don't even know about it until I hear something about it later. And frankly, I don't care that much because it doesn't impact me. I'm focused on taking care of myself and my family, my wife, my 2 kids, paying our mortgage, as well as my clients, and supporting my friends and clients and all that sort of stuff. So how am I getting through these? I personally am in B2B sales. So I run training and development for large companies, and my income is way down because I do a lot of in-person training, and all of that stuff has been put on hold. It's been postponed to later in the year. But I see this as a big opportunity to pivot. We've got a lot of virtual training opportunities. I'm building relationships with a lot of people out there, potential clients for the future. I'm writing a book. I'm building out a marketing plan for that book to be published in the fall when hopefully times are better, and thinking about all the other things that I can do to take advantage of this time. And I can tell you, for those of you that might be in the corporate space at all, that there was a period of about 3 weeks. There was a period of about 2 weeks where I was down. I was really down on this, thinking like, no one's going to do business. Everything's getting canceled. No one's going to do business with me. Should I even be reaching out? And I'm very fortunate that I have invested in some of these programs, and I've got a sales coach who said, no, you don't stop selling. You need to get out there. And so I did. And I've been beating the drum on LinkedIn and starting a lot of conversations. And I've been having a lot of great client calls over the last couple of weeks. And all of them have been positive, upbeat, looking towards opportunities in the future. And I've been finding a lot of opportunities to do work with other people, with companies. And very few people are saying, oh, we're not working, or we're not investing anything, or everything's frozen up. I do come across a few of those things, but it's actually few and far between. So I'm saying this, not to brag about how well I'm doing, because like I said, my income is down in all of this. It's a struggle. But I see so much great activity going on. I see so much opportunity out there. I see so much optimism towards the future that I prefer to remain optimistic, to keep talking to people, having conversations. And again, I don't know what kind of business you're in. It might be completely different from mine. If you run a restaurant, it's tough out there, right? But I would encourage you to think about this as an opportunity and start to think about, what are some things I could be doing to pivot right now? How could I improve my business? How could I get better? How can I take advantage of this situation to do something that maybe I've always wanted to do, but I didn't get a chance before? That's the way I choose to think about it. That's the way I encourage my friends to think about it. That's the way I encourage you to think about it as well. I hope that helps. You have an awesome, awesome day.
Thank you, Andy, for your encouragement, your positivity, and your waterfalls. Guys, I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're paying attention. I hope you're getting knowledge. Man, I'd love to hear right now, just in the comments, any big takeaways you're getting. The one thing I want you to do after every speaker at the thing, and anytime you're around content, is to get in the habit of consuming the information and then applying the information. What have I heard that I can actually go and do, and go and put to work in my business, in my work, in my relationships, in the things that I'm doing right now? So I'd love to see you guys just keep those comments coming. Let us know what you're hearing and what you're learning, what you're experiencing, just all those things. Guys, the next speaker is kind of a 2-for-1. You're going to hear from one of them later. But Karen and Steve Anderson are two of my favorite people in the world, and they've wrote a book that many of you have got your hands on. It is blowing up literally around the globe, the Bezos letters. But Steve and Karen Anderson are two great humans, and they're both going to be joining us in Orlando in November. But let's just dive in to hearing from them from their home in downtown Franklin, Tennessee. The Andersons.
Hey everybody, I'm Steve Anderson, and I'm here with my lovely wife Karen Anderson, who is associate publisher for Morgan James Publishing, who actually published our book that we wrote together called The Bezos Letters, 14 Principles to Grow Your Business Like Amazon. So first, let me say thanks, Terry, for having us here. We both certainly are looking forward to seeing, hopefully, all of you live here in the near future. And in the meantime, we wanted to share just a couple of thoughts and ideas about couple of the concepts in the books that certainly are resonating with us right now as we're all going through the change that's taking place because of the pandemic. What principle do you think goes first?
Well, I think one of the things that's most important is we've got 4 stages in there, and the first stage is in testing. And so one of the things, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Test, build, accelerate,
and scale.
And scale.
All of a sudden, I was doubting myself. But the idea of testing, I think, is really important in this environment because it feels like all bets are off. We don't know what's working and what's not working. And if you feel like you have to come out the gate and it has to be a complete success, then that can lead to interesting times. So you want to talk a little bit about what testing means for Amazon and for Bezos?
Yeah, so principle number 1, as Karen said in the test cycle, is called encourage successful failure. And it's typically not words you hear together, successful failure. What does that mean? Well, at Amazon, they have a culture of experimenting. And the way I like to phrase it is experimentation leads to invention, which then allows innovation. But at the very beginning of that is experimentation. And Bezos says several times as he talks in the shareholder letters that Amazon is the best place in the world to fail, because they actually encourage the experimentation necessary to, again, a phrase he uses, invent on behalf of the customer. And an experiment by its very nature means you have to fail, because if you don't, then it's not an experiment. And so failure is always an option. The question is, what are you going to learn from that failure that you're going to be able to take forward into the next experiment so you make progress and move forward?
And would you say that Bezos has failed on occasion?
Bezos has failed, and Amazon has failed spectacularly many times. In fact, most of what Bezos calls their big bets, Amazon Marketplace, Amazon Prime, AWS, Amazon Web Services, all started out as failures. their initial experimentation testing led them to say, this doesn't work. What can we change, pivot, tweak to make it work? And all three of those.
Yeah, and do you think that's going on now?
Oh, no question. Certainly, you've heard in the news, Amazon has been slammed, right, with orders and people needing stuff and delivery times delayed. And they are not, what's the right word I want to use? They know how to handle surges because of October, November, December. Holiday shopping is historically at least, their big surge. And they know how to scale up, they know how to hire, they know how to get their logistics working for that kind of scale. The whole pandemic is just brought it to a different level. So they had some core things in place, but then they had to really experiment because they had to ramp that up more than they ever expected to. And you see them now, certainly you see some of the failures. You're not getting your primes the next day, you're not getting, right? And they continue to tweak, work, and figure out by experimenting with how can we improve this. And again, let me say this, all of it is through the lens of customer obsession. What's best for our customers? And I think those are some of the key principles that all of us need to keep in mind as one, we're figuring out what is the new normal going to be and how are we going to be able to help our customers and prospects now and as we move into the next months and years.
So what do you find encouraging in that?
You don't have to get it right. In fact, you're not going to get it right. I mean, let's just be real. And be honest. Tell your customers, here's what we're trying. And ask your customers, what can we do to help you? People are going to remember how you helped them during this time for years into the future. And that doesn't mean you have to be perfect, because you're not going to be. But it does mean you need to be responding, asking, tweaking, trying, and letting them know that you are there for them to help them.
Anything else you want to add, Steve? I have a sense that you could do this for hours.
I probably could do this for a while.
Well,
but I do think, the principles that we outline in the book are things to help you think about how to be successful in an unprecedented time right now.
Yeah, and the idea of putting all in one place that you can think about them is just one of those things that it's helped us to get organized in terms of looking at what we're doing in our business. And there are lots of resources out there, which is why I love The Thing, because Terry does a great job at bringing in creative people that have all sorts of different resources available to you to help you grow your business, to be creative, and to make an impact on the world. So thanks, Terry. We look forward to seeing all of you.
Thank you, Terry.
Next time we can get together.
And everybody, thanks for watching.
Stay safe, people.
Guys, awesome stuff. We can learn from even an organization like Amazon and apply those principles to our business. One of the things that I think is the most powerful ideas presented in that book that Jeff Bezos runs his entire business on is day one thinking. Super powerful. And something that we can all be deploying right now in our day one thinking. And I could definitely tell you that in kind of one of the things that I've been honest about is there are days through this process. I mean, I don't know about you, but guys, we're in week 9 here, 9 or 10 in Tennessee. We started this at the very, very, very beginning of March. And there are days, and I even saw Justin Schenck post about this. That's his current podcast episode. That there are days when you are just like, when you are like that Kool-Aid guy that I talked about at the beginning. And then there are days when you feel like you are the broken jar on the ground. And there's such power in taking that day one thinking and that beginning and that new and asking, what is possible? What is our maybe? What is our hope into action? And the world needs us to show up now more than ever. We need your thing. In fact, I'm going to put a link right now. Some of you had asked where you could get my shirt. It's on the Thing Swag store. But I'd love for you to snag it and get it. We have all of our Thing shirts are there. But this one is brand new. We need your thing. It's a message that we're going to be about a lot this year is telling people, hey, that thing you want to do, we need it. The world needs it. And guys, anyone that serves entrepreneurs right now, many of you do with your business, you create product and services for other people that create product and services. That's most of what business really is. The reality is, I think we're going to see the greatest outpouring of imagination, the greatest outpouring of American ingenuity. I've been rewatching a couple of History Channel documentary, The Story of Us, about America. And I watched those times when our history, whether it was coming out of the Civil War or coming out of the Great Depression or coming out of these trying times, and how there was always a resurgence, there was always growth, there was always opportunity, and there were always people showing up with that day one thinking and asking what is possible. And so, some of you have said, hey, you missed the very beginning. That's totally cool. We're recording all of this. It'll be able to be rebroadcast. If you do register to come to the thing, I'm going to put this in a package where you're going to be able to get this as a bonus for registering for the thing. So I'm going to put this content, all of these talks will be available to you, and all of the talks from the last two Orlando things, and maybe even a few things from last year's or 2018's The Thing LA, the mini thing. Lots of talks, probably over 50 talks, I would imagine, that'll be available for you to go back. We're going to be broadcasting some of those in the months and weeks ahead. But guys, I'd love for you to join us in Orlando, because the reality is these things are great. What we're doing today is awesome, and I'm happy. I'm honored that all of our speakers said yes. They took time to create and to get content delivered to you and put into your hands. But there's still nothing more magical than us all being in the same room. And it's been awesome to see you guys interacting in the comments. Thank you. I'm humbled by your generosity. I'm humbled by just the way that you guys show up for each other. And it goes noticed. One of my favorite human beings in the world, as many of these people are, they're kind of my Billboard 100 album list of humans. This guy's sarcasm and his creativity, and just his ability to think different. He's a Disney artist. He has, every time I see a new movie or something, I'll get a call and go, hey man, did you see that? And he's like, yeah, I did that. I was watching the new trailer for the new Top Gun movie, and I was like, man, I love his new helmet. And he's like, I painted that. So without further ado, the one and only Mr. Craig Frazier.
Hi, my name is Craig Frazier, and like many of the speakers from The Thing, Terry Weaver has asked us to produce a little video for you guys. And I believe they're calling it The Thing at Home, which sounds better than the quarantined thing or the shelter-in-place thing or the socialist oppression thing. Anyway, basically, what are we doing? What's the big idea? What could we recommend you do while you're at home? Or what can we explain that what we've been doing since we've been home? I actually didn't realize how antisocial I really was until this happened, because my life hasn't changed a whole lot. Now, granted, our shop, Cal Concepts, is considered essential because of its automotive work, but it's also my studio where I do my artwork out of. And granted, Disneyland is no longer open, but my deadlines for Disney seem to not have stopped. Matter of fact, my deadlines for a lot of the studios that are closed, that are operating out of their home, are still requesting me to get stuff done. And I'm still doing deliveries here and there, keeping social distancing and wearing my mask, but still having to deliver artwork. What it comes down to is everyone's job is different. Now, I always hate when people say, oh, what's essential and what's not essential. If your job puts food on the table and it pays for your rent and it pays for your children, that is an essential job, even if you're a freaking party clown. No offense to party clowns. But you know, in this day and age, you have to figure out, there's two reasons to work. Make money, which is a good one nowadays. But another reason is it just keeps you from going stir crazy, getting bored, and that's big for me. I mean, actually, both are big for me. I like paying my bills. But one of the things I go back to when it refers to big idea, this is something you should have probably practiced a while back. But hey, there's no time like the present to start, is be diversified. no matter what you do, any form of creativity, if you're literally all got your stuff in one basket, I mean, that's bad for investments, and that's really bad for anything. You never want all your eggs in one basket. So I always tell people, creatively, you should diversify yourself. Have numerous jobs, numerous techniques, numerous things that you're doing, numerous clients, numerous genres, numerous styles. A lot of our automotive stuff is not coming in because we don't have the people coming in. Our shop is closed to the public, and so we're only literally working on existing jobs and stuff we had set up ahead of time, but also corporate stuff. But because we were lined up with studio work and because we were lined up with these other jobs, we're able to do continue being busy, and that's beneficial for us. But it wasn't us planning that. It wasn't like, hey, we need to do this because there's going to be a plague or there's going to be something that's going to happen and we gotta make sure we have work. It was literally just a form of self-preservation. I've got a lot of people that always will ask me and say, well, being self-employed and not working for any one company, working for numerous companies, that's got to drive you nuts. Where's your job security? Well, here it is right now. If you're diversified and you're doing numerous things, you're going to be, if one job falls through, you got 2 or 3 lined up. Not only that, it kind of keeps you fresh. It kind of keeps you interested, keeps you motivated. Let's say you have one job and let's say you've been furloughed right now. And I know that sucks. I have a lot of my good friends doing that, and they are doing other jobs right now. I have a good buddy of mine's an Imagineer, and he's been furloughed. He's not going to work. He's not at Disney. You know what he is doing? He's cranking out artwork at his home. And he does that anyway, but now he's doing it more as a financial venue. And I know a couple people doing some online video stuff and online podcasts to try and supplement their income, selling stuff online, putting together Patreon sites. There's a lot of things you can do, and you should do them anyway. So let's imagine none of this COVID happened. The question is, why aren't you diversified? Why aren't you doing multiple things? I do it because I can't stand doing the same thing over and over again. That's my idea of hell. I love having different things going on. I love having lots of choices. Creativity doesn't happen unless you have freedom, and freedom is about choice. Another thing that you need creativity is not so much isolation, but literally, a little bit of isolation, a little bit of alone time. You and yourself thinking, not any disturbances. How many people out there are not taking advantage of the fact that you don't need to have people pummeling you all the time? I hate to be mean about this. I'm actually really digging being at my shop and not having people come by. I really like the empty streets. I'm not really into the shopping center, going to the store with, dressed up like I'm from the movie Outbreak, but I get it, and I do my part. And the mask is, whether you believe it or not, hey, you know something? It's called common courtesy. But I do actually thoroughly enjoy the fact that I've got a lot of time to do stuff that I wouldn't do. And that's something to think about. I mean, granted, we're on the tail end of this, but we still got a little ways to go on this. And you take advantage of the situation. I mean, don't sit there and binge watch. I mean, by now you probably binge watch everything. You don't need to watch Tiger King for the 4th time. What we should do is figure out stuff that you always been putting off. And now you've got the opportunity to do it. Because when this is all over, you're going to think back and go, I could have done something. Oh, do something then. If you find yourself sitting around doing nothing, then you will accomplish exactly that, nothing. So I think I've put in my 5 or 6 minutes worth. My one big idea: do something different, do something new, try something new, and it could be a hobby. But at the same time, if you can monetize it, pay some bills. I like doing both. There's some things I love doing that have nothing to do with money. Some things I love doing that I pay the bills with. We have a good opportunity here. If you don't look at all the negative going on, there's a lot of positive things you can do. Matter of fact, the positive things you do during a negative situation stand out a little bit more. It's always easy to go with the flow and to do nothing, feel sorry for yourself. Yeah, no one pays you to feel sorry for yourself. So highly suggest you diversify, be creative, do something, innovate. I don't know, paint something, draw something, mow your lawn, do something. Don't just sit around watching videos all the time. Like this one, wait. Okay, you know something? I'm leaving. Stop watching videos, go do something. Later. I'll see you at the thing whatever date we do later on in November. Okay? Cheers. Bye-bye.
Go do something. Great advice from an unfiltered, as always, Craig Frazier. I love that dude. I love his honesty. I love his the creativity doesn't happen. What I don't know. Creativity doesn't happen without freedom, and freedom is all about choice. Man, choose to be free. Choose to take advantage of this opportunity. And one of my favorite movies is the movie Newsies. We watched it the other day, and the song for that movie is Seize the Day. Carpe diem. Carpe the deo. Now is your chance, guys. Like never before, and hopefully never again will we have this moment, this pause, this chance to evaluate and to look and to create. There are boxes all over my house of things coming in for new things I'm creating, new things I'm launching for you because of what this season has taught me, because of what I've learned through this. And I hope more than anything, the fact that you're here, you've said, I'm someone that's wanting to learn. I'm someone that wants to get more information. I'm someone that wants to get information and do something with this information. Guys, thank you so much for just hanging out. We're going to keep going. I don't want to stop. I don't want to slow this train down. Our next speaker is someone who attended the thing last year, and she said, I want to speak at the thing. And I said, you know what? I want you to speak at the thing if you really want to speak at the thing. She sent me a pitch video, which nobody ever sends a pitch video. They always send a proposal. Or actually, let's be honest, Aurora, they don't send proposals. They just say, can I speak at the thing? Well, Liz made me an offer I couldn't refuse. She's an amazing person. She brings an amazing energy. So would you guys make welcome the one and only former attendee, now soon-to-be speaker in Orlando, and today at the Thing at Home, Liz Wilcox.
Hey, I'm Liz Wilcox. I am a blogger turned copywriter and launch strategist, and during this time, I've actually had to launch 5 digital products, either for myself or for my clients. And so I've really had to protect my energy and, do all the research into, what's working and what's not during this crazy quarantine pandemic life that we're all living in right now. And actually in April, I had my best selling month. I signed $10,000 in business. And right now I'm launching my digital course, and you can see all the students right here. And it's actually, I live in Florida, so it's actually pretty humid in the RV right now. So it used to be down to the floor, but it just keeps falling off because of the door and the humidity. But anyway, I really truly feel like I am actually thriving in this time. So I just want to share with you a couple quick tips and maybe a little bit of encouragement to help you get through these tough times, because I know shiz is wild right now. Number 1, you've got to stay flexible. Look at this girl, right? She is as flexible as a hanger. You've just got to stay flexible. You have to, what worked in January may not be working right now for you. If you are a travel agent or, you have a travel blog, which I actually have 2. Well, actually I just sold one. But I was in the travel niche for 3.5 years. I'm just now getting out of it. I understand what it's like to be panicking right now. And I'm sure there's a ton of other niches that seem like things have come to a halt. So you've got to stay flexible. What could be working? If you offer this high-end course or this, premium travel package, that might not be working for you right now. So take a second. We're all creatives here. Get creative. Think, have flexibility. I want to show you an example. So I was talking about how I own 2 travel blogs, well, just one now. And one of them is a digital summit called Full-Time Freedom Week, and we teach people how to RV and how to live this independent location lifestyle. And last year we said, what if we went with real events instead of a digital summit? We tried a little beta, it worked great. Our plan for 2020 was to completely go into in real life events. Well, That's scrapped. So, you know, how do we keep paying the bills? Well, we created something, we called it a greatest hits mixtape, and it was just our top 5 watched videos of all time. We've been doing it for years, and, you know, we sold that, and, you know, I'll be honest, it wasn't like the most amazing success. Our digital summit usually hits close to 6 figures. This was nowhere near that, but it was enough to pay the bills, which is what really matters right now to a lot of people. So stay flexible. Also, if you work on a client basis, you might want to offer flexible payment plans. As a copywriter and launch strategist, you know, my stuff can get really expensive. Back in February, I made a sale over the phone. It was $7,000. And, you know, a couple weeks later, he, you know, after putting the deposit down, he said, you know, because I require to be paid up front. And he said, this just doesn't, you know, with everything going on, I don't want to, you know, just dump all that cash flow. And, you know, we got on the phone. We were able to work it out where he was able to have a payment plan. And usually I charge, I guess you would call it interest for the payment plan, and I never do more than 2 payments. The project is only 12 weeks. A lot of, you know, I don't want to muddy the waters and have to be worrying about getting paid all the time. But because of, you know, COVID-19 and everything that's going on, I wanted to be flexible. I still wanted to serve. And of course, you know, I still need to eat. So I wanted to make the deal work. So I was able to split that up into 3 payments, and, you know, every 30 days until the end of the project. He was happy. I was happy. There was no interest. I counted the deposit, of course, and everything was good to go. And now we're working on launching his new course, and it's awesome. What's the next thing, Liz? Let's see. My next thing is keep showing up. Look at this girl. She will not quit, right? You know, keep showing up for your people. You might be tired. You might be eating too many quarantine snacks. You might have lost a lot of your income, but I want you to keep showing up. Every day I show up. I'm in this RV. It's hot. There's no AC because I'm parked at a friend's house. You know, I can't travel right now, but I'm on Instagram and I'm sharing, you know, what I'm doing. I'm sharing my, let me move this, you know, I'm sharing my success with the course. I'm sharing that I have client work, and I'm sharing that I'm sweating my ass off. I'm sharing all the things, right? So what feels comfortable for you, and how can you keep showing up? You're a leader, so you've got to keep showing up. You're a creative. Think of fun ways, right? Keep showing up. Over deliver to your people. That's what they need right now. They need comfort. They need community. So keep showing up. And last, this is a more practical thing. This, I was thinking about this for our travel agents in the audience and for people that do client work that may never heard of this. It's called a day rate. And basically, you just hire yourself out for the day, right? So if someone came to me, Liz, I need my emails revamped. You know, what might look like if I was to do it all by myself? That might look like a 4-week project that I charge $5,000 for. But upon, you know, getting on the phone, talking to this person, now I can see we can do it together in one day. I can help them lay the foundation. I can give them some great ideas. We can brainstorm. I can write. We can do live editing. And I can give them something that's not exactly polished, but a great foundation and a great start for them to go back. And we can do that in a day. And a day for me is 6 hours. So I usually work 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That day rate, I charge $1,500 for that. And that's, you know, that's much more affordable than a $5,000 project right now. And of course, you know, I'm thinking of travel agents. Obviously, you can't plan someone's vacation right now. But you can get on the phone with them. You can spend a day, maybe 2 days, planning their vacation with them. These are called done with you services. Not done for you, done with you. And that might be super appealing to someone that wants to go to Disney, wants to go to Orlando as soon as this is over, or still planning their Thanksgiving, but doesn't want to spend the money on a travel agent. Hey, I've got you, boo. Actually, why don't we do this together? And we're going to create this amazing plan for when it does open up, back up, you can book right away. I hope that helps. And last, have fun. This is the encouragement part. I encourage you to have fun. For me, it's getting dressed like this, right? I can't help but have fun when I've got my hamburger headband on and my rainbow striped sweater. I just can't help it. It's fun. It relaxes me. I create fun gifts like this. I do, fun promos like this. I write funny emails. I learned this from Jeff Goins, who's another speaker of the thing. Check him out. He asked me one time, what would this look like if it was easy? But right now, let me just say, this is not an easy time, and that's a really hard question. Things are not easy. You have to change up your whole business model, or you might have to change up your whole business model, or the way that you market, or what you're talking about, how you're showing up, what you're charging, what your packages look like. That's not easy. So that question, we can put it to the side, but we can ask ourselves, what would it look like if it was just fun? What would it look like if you were that girl or that guy that was online, still showing up, being flexible, changing up the packages, and just being a fun person to be around in this not so fun time? What would that look like for you? For me, it's those crazy gifts. It's dressing up. It's doing fun promos. It's to keep selling, because I think selling and launching is fun. What does it look like for you? It might be I'm only working half days, or I'm going to show up only on this social media and not that, because that drains me. You have to protect your energy. So, put the quarantine snacks down, get some sleep, show up and lead, have fun, take these tips with you. I hope that helps you, and I will see you at the thing in November.
Thank you, Liz. I am not putting the quarantine snacks down. In fact, I just had one delivered to me. We discovered the recipe, because they released it from the Doubletree Hotel, how to make the Doubletree cookies. And I'm going to eat that during our next speaker, who actually isn't a speaker. But we'll get there. And guys, our travel agents, what Liz doesn't know about most travel agents is because most of you guys don't charge anything for your services. The destinations pay you. So you guys do amazing work. And we are all ready. Believe me, travel agents. I am more ready than ever to get on a plane and go somewhere so I can travel and see the world. That's what I love. That's how I get inspired. If there was a place that was open today that had a beach, I would be on a plane to it right now. I'm not kidding. So I think we're all ready for that. Guys, I'm super excited about our next speaker, who really isn't going to speak very much. He's going to play a song. Sans his cat, but his cat's name is Intern. Benj Hurd is an amazing dude, just one of my favorite people. He was literally on one of the last flights back in the United States before European travel was shut down. He was on a world tour with a band called The Calling, which if you're a 90s, early 2000 rock and roll fan, you probably heard of them. But he was traveling the world with them. And he wrote a new song about buying a microphone during that time. And he's going to play it for you guys just because that's fun. So, maybe stand up, sing along with Benj, and we will keep it going because right after Benj, we got to get to him. But I don't want you to miss Benj because, man, Benj is a great songwriter. He's one of my favorite singers on the planet, and I love his music. And more than anything, I just love the guy. Got a man crush. Benj Hurd, everyone.
Hey, it's Benj Hurd. Thank you so much for hanging out and listening. Thanks, Terry, for having me. Thank you, all the thingers, all the things. Thanks, Terry and the Things. That's your new band, Terry and the Things. I wrote this song with my friend Lauren Christie, and it's an uplifting breakup song. It's called I Sold Your Ring to Buy a Microphone, and it's going to be on my next album. Probably will be my next single. So thank you so much. I I said it. If I'd known you were looking for a laptop, I would have stopped the thing. I think I'm better off alone. And would I miss you when you're gone? I guess we'll see. I sold you rain to buy a microphone. Sing about a girl I used to know. Oh, I don't know. I sold you rain to buy a microphone. I think it's time to go solo, solo, solo. I could have told you that I'm never gonna live up. Ring the bell, make your trophy husband shut up. My mouth's got a funny way of talking. Start speaking to myself. I think I'm better off alone. And would I miss you when you're gone? I guess we'll see. I sold you ring to buy a microphone. Sing about a girl I used to know. Oh, I don't know. I sold you ring to buy a microphone. Sing about a girl I used to know. Oh, I don't know. Dance break. I think I'm better off alone. And would I miss you when you're gone? I guess we'll see. I sold you ring to buy a microphone. Sing about a girl I used to know. Oh, I don't know. I sold you ring to buy a microphone. Sing about a girl I Solo, 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 solo. Don't you worry, your secret's safe with me. I'm a gentleman, nothing but discreet. Don't you worry, your secret's safe with me. I'm a gentleman, nothing but I think I'm better off alone. And would I miss you when you're gone? I guess we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Benj, for that 360 experience. We love you, dude. Thank you for showing up for us. Thank you for writing songs for us to sing, and just for being a constant encouragement to all of us. And that's the beauty of the thing, is the amazing diversity of all of us coming together with all of the gifts that we have. Not our gifts, but our gifts. And guys, I'd love it if you join us in Orlando. Now's the time to get registered. And if you're watching and going, hey man, you know what I'm going to need, Terry? I'm going to need some time to pay for this. Penny, I'm pinching pennies right now. I need your help. Man, send me a direct message. Right now, even like right now as you're watching, send me a message and say, hey man, I want to be there in November. I need your help right now. I need you to help me figure out a payment plan. And I'll make that happen for you, where you can pay it over the course of the next, I think we're literally right at 180 days away from our time together. Well, here we go, guys. It's about to get serious. I know he's here with us. No one has introduced more things, more acts, and definitely more animals than this man. He has officially been one of Barbara Walters' most interesting people. Not only is he interesting, but he's amazing. He's a great communicator. He's become someone who, even when I don't always agree with him, I want to hear what he has to say, because he's not afraid to say what needs to be said. And he stands up for what he believes. And no one has probably gone through an experience in a different way than beforehand than this man. So would you guys make welcome the one, the only, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Mr. Jonathan Lee Iverson, the Last Ringmaster.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jonathan Lee Iverson, also known as your Last Ringmaster. Remember, you can follow me on any of the social media platforms at Last Ringmaster. That's Jonathan Lee Iverson at Last Ringmaster. Now, the date was January 14th, 2017. The time was 10:10 p.m. We were summoned to a bar/restaurant in the American Airlines Arena. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about the cast, crew, and staff of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. And in attendance was the chairman and CEO and many of his emissaries. And they were there to break the news to us that after 146 years, the greatest show on earth would end. Now, as you can imagine, something like that was a severe gut punch, because the fact of the matter is few gigs in show business were thought to be as secure. Yet, the very company that owned Ringling Brothers 3 years later, this year, let go over 90% of its employees. All of the shows that they produced throughout the world, and there are many, all went dark in an instant. Cirque du Soleil, one of the most prosperous live entertainment brands on the planet, is considering bankruptcy. What is the lesson? No one and nothing is too big to fail or thwart the will of change. We are not in control. Now, over the past few days, I've had exchanges with various individuals. I've been privileged enough to be invited to online conferences with other live entertainment professionals via Zoom. And as you can imagine, we've all been talking about the same thing. How do we move on? How do we recreate ourselves and our business in this brave new world? Many are lost. They are afraid and feel their identity, which is so fused to their vocation, has been shattered. Others, though anxious, have embraced the challenge of reinvention. Now, here's a reality check. There really is no other demographic more equipped for change as is the performing artist, particularly circus artists. By the very nature of our business, the unsteadiness of it, we live in a sphere, in a consciousness where we're braced for change, however unwelcome. So our spirits are relatively high. This message really goes out for you mere mortals. Many of you are lost and you're afraid, and that's understandable. But I say to you, fear not. You don't have to have all the answers. Sometimes the best you can do is go from one day to another. Sometimes the greatest achievement you can have throughout your day is to literally get out of your bed and put one foot in front of the other. If you are anxious, I want you to know this: be anxious for nothing. I get you have obligations and bills and yada, yada, yada. They were there before, they'll be there hereafter. I understand. I'm a husband and a father. When the show left me, when Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey left me, I was particularly anxious. I was convinced I needed a gig with immediacy, and it was the good counsel of some wonderful friends that really brought me back down to earth and shared with me what I'm sharing with you now. At this hour, balance is your best friend. You literally are permitted right now to veg out on a Netflix series. You are permitted to eat that pint of ice cream, to go on Facebook and have that argument and pass around memes. You're permitted to do that because your world has shifted dramatically. There's a reason why your surgeon advises you to take time to rest and medicate yourself following a procedure. Why? Because life-altering change, much like surgery, is invasive and traumatic. Believe it or not, many of those horror stories, post-op horror stories you hear about, have absolutely nothing to do with about the ability of the surgeon or the hospital, and everything to do with anxious patients who neglected to do as they were instructed to do. So I urge you to take this time as an opportunity to sit, to breathe, to reset, to be still, and understand you're not in control. The worst thing you can do for yourself right now is to be stiff-necked and to regale yourself of what you think the world should be at this moment. You're not in control. What I've done is I devised a system for myself that I want to share with you to help manage change and dry seasons. I abbreviated the word GRIT, G-R-I-T, and it goes like this. G, get active. Find your physical stimulus. That doesn't contradict what I said about relaxing and taking the time to just veg or what have you. In fact, remember, balance is key. So whether you jog, yoga, lift weights, whatever it is, get moving. If you are restricted by a disability, there are plenty of exercises, plenty of activities that are just as stimulating and with minimum to no physical demands at all. And there are even activities that engage you mentally and intellectually as well. R, reach out. Relationships make the world go round. Someone needs to hear from you, and I assure you, you need to hear from others. Don't be seduced by solitude. While it is necessary, it is very easy, especially now, to find yourself wallowing in your own thoughts and space. It does you no good. I, be intentional. Don't leave your day to chance. It doesn't matter how small or incidental the goal. Be intentional about it. It will help you reclaim your confidence one step at a time. T, be thankful. Praise will lift your spirits like nothing else will. Gratitude will clear your mind better than any prescription on the market. Thanksgiving literally brings you back to some pleasant realities. Everything may not be ideal, but you have it within your power to cultivate your own joy. Now, I'm from New York City, so I don't have a green thumb, but I do know that those who do are expert at this practice called pruning. And that practice of pruning is how they know when to cut away shrubs and overgrown branches to encourage fruitfulness and growth. I believe we're in a time such as this, where we're pruning and where we're being challenged to see our lives anew, and we will have to part ways with what's familiar, traits, things, habits, and even people, so that we may be fruitful and grow. You're going to get through this.
Gosh, that guy's good. So good, Jonathan Lee Iverson. Thank you, dude, for just showing up, speaking the truth. I love that. The gratitude is better than any prescription. Guys, we have so much to be grateful for. You know, even though my hunt for food may have involved a couple of grocery stores or a trip to a park to meet a semi today to get burger meat. Guys, we have it so good here. Even in our worst and darkest hours here in our country, we have it so good. And we have so much to be grateful for. You know what I'm also grateful for is my friend Mike Brennan, who's about to speak, but I'm going to drop this image on. Mike just did this of Jonathan Lee Iverson, and he's been doing it of some of our speakers, and I'm just super grateful for him. And Mike is a huge part of the ethos and of the culture of our event, and many of our speakers look forward to that. They get excited about Mike putting a pen to paper or pen to screen in this case. But one of the things that Jonathan said when I first watched that talk was that we just need to put one foot in front of the other. And guys, the thing is like, we've made this really complex, but success is simple. It literally is just one foot in front of the other. It's starting, it's doing, it's taking action, it's moving, it's making things happen. And I get it. Like, there is nothing wrong with a good pity party. They are fine. We've all had them, and I've definitely had them. I've definitely taken Jonathan's advice and enjoyed that ice cream from time to time. But the thing with pity parties is they're not things that you should stay at for very long. They're like going to your third cousin's birthday party. You go because you're supposed to go, but as soon as the cake is served, it's time to leave. And some of us need to have realized that, like, the cake has been served, it's time to move on, it's time to take Jonathan's advice and put one foot in front of the other and start moving towards the things that we have to do. Guys, the content has been so good today. I'm so grateful for this. I'm so grateful that the majority of these people, or all of these people, who either have been or will be speaking at the thing, and most of them are going to be with us in Orlando, including Jonathan, who you just saw, and this next guy, Mike Brennan, who I've gotten to know. He's in one of my mastermind groups, and he's someone that has probably more than anyone else that I know right now, has just showed up on the daily. And one of the things that Mike does is he just daily does things. And so when it came time for this moment in this time, Mike already had a practice of showing up daily. So would you guys make welcome Mr. Mike Brennan?
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Mike Brennan. Hey, I just wanted to come on real quick and just talk a little bit about what I've been doing during this quarantine. You know, for many of us, we can't go about life as usual. There are many things we can do remotely, but some things we can't. And so sometimes that presents some issues and some problems. But to be honest with you, I've really tried to adopt the mentality of not thinking about the can'ts, but thinking about the cans. You know, looking for the opportunities, because there are opportunities there. And wherever there's a situation where we're encountering maybe a problem that we can't solve, there's opportunity to step into that, because odds are somebody else is experiencing that issue as well. And so for me, it's been a lot of just continuing to create my art, which quite honestly I do everywhere, and it doesn't really make a difference, the context. But my daily art has shifted in that I'm really trying to tap into some things that are a little more universal, not just things that are on my radar, but I think things that are on all of our collective radars. And what I mean by that is I've been creating some Corona art, COVID art. It's been interesting to try to identify some things that fall into a grid for me, because I've been doing illustrated portraits, so it needs to check that box. It needs to check the box of being related to our quarantine time, so things theming like masks and hand sanitizer, washing your hands, social distancing, things like that. And then the third thing it needs to check off is that I've been doing a lot of the pop culture themes. So I've been trying to identify what are those things that we're all experiencing, lack of toilet paper and hand sanitizer, social distancing, all those things that we're all talking about, and doing a portrait of a pop culture icon or somebody that for a lot of us, either we recognize, we have some affinity towards, something of that nature. And so putting a little spin, a little twist on it, and making it a little bit of a funny thing, because I really want to try to cause people to just smile, even just for a moment. And so personally, that's what I'm trying to do in my art. I'm continuing to lean into my podcast, stacking up a lot of guests for that to create content and talk about how people are leveraging their creativity. And so really using this time wisely to invest in myself and in others. And practically speaking, you may be thinking to yourself, okay, there's a lot of things that are roadblocks right now. I can't leave the house. I can't have personal meetings. But think about what you can do. And one of the things that isn't canceled, it's relationships, right? Relationships online, relationships through, our social media accounts. I mean, it's social media, right? It's not just about posting advertisements and, hey, look at what I'm doing. But it's also an opportunity to engage, to ask questions, to post some things that are a little bit more universal to what we're all experiencing right now. And even beyond that, I started doing early on, I just decided I was going to slide down my follower list and just start DMing some people, not in a creepy way, but just in a way to say, hey, I'm thinking about you. How you doing? I wanted to just check in on you. I wanted to use this time to just come into your little inbox there, your little DM box, and say, I'm thinking about you. If there's any way that I can help you, feel free to reach out. I hope you and yours are well and safe and healthy. And it takes maybe, I've done maybe say 10 or 15 people a day, and just maybe it takes a few moments each person. But can I tell you the difference that it makes? I mean, think about receiving something like that, right? Where somebody inboxes you and just says, hey, I was thinking about you today. I'm checking in on you. How you doing? Doesn't that make you feel good? Doesn't it make you feel seen and noticed? And it's not something that you really need to do that's going to invest a lot of time. But you're building into relationships. You're taking care of some things that otherwise you're just sitting around waiting for the quarantine to lift. You could be using that time to continue to invest and pour into relationships. And I had one person actually tell me, you know what? You're the first person who actually checked in on me. I really appreciate that. And it made me feel seen and noticed. I mean, come on, that's a huge win. And we can do that no matter what our business is, no matter what our creativity is, no matter what expression we have. It's just simply being intentional with our time and the ability to reach out and connect with other people. So I want to challenge you. Who is it that maybe you need to check in with? Who is it that you can send a DM to? Maybe you don't know them that well. That's fine. And ask them and say, how can I help you? Or maybe here's some ways I can help you. Don't be afraid to offer some help and come around somebody, because the worst thing that happens is maybe they ask you for something that you feel ill-equipped for, but maybe you can refer them to somebody else who's in your network. And then you can be a connector. So double down in this time on relationships. Pour into people. Figure out how you can continue to serve and love and show up and do your craft. Be you in the middle of all this stuff. Let people see you continually showing up, and look for opportunities for you to lean into maybe doing what you do in ways that are different and maybe at first a little clumsy and uncomfortable. But there might be things that this makes possible that wouldn't happen otherwise. I saw some places that are that are drawing centers, local drawing centers, and online. Some of them have chosen to go, okay, I'm going to start offering these classes and these sessions virtually through Zoom. And so they say, well, we can't meet in person, and we can't have the models here, and we can't have the supplies ready, but we're all in our homes. We can have the model kind of come in and be on her or his Zoom, and they're there, and we're where we are, and we're all meeting together in this virtual space. And you know what happens? It's opened up something where people who aren't even local have started attending, or people who couldn't normally go because of traveling, or cost. All of a sudden, that's a lower factor. And also the fact that there's not physical limitations to the room, right? Because in a room, you would have maybe 20 people, and then you max out. But if you're in a Zoom meeting, you can have so much more than that. So some of these places have actually doubled or tripled their revenue, or created another revenue stream just simply by stepping into a gap that's there and trying to solve a problem. So I know that that's kind of a very unique and specific example for drawing, but think about how can you step into opportunities that may be before you right now, because somebody may be waiting for you to help solve a problem that they have. And it can offer something maybe that's really innovative, and it may stick around long after quarantine is over. So I hope you guys are encouraged. I hope you're safe. I hope you're healthy, and always love connecting with you guys. Feel free to check out the art that I was talking about before on my Instagram at MikeBone, and I would love to just connect with you guys and hear from you. So be well.
Mike, thanks for sliding in our day. Thanks for putting up with me having your Benj's name on yours for a few minutes. But hey, who doesn't want to be binge heard? At least I know I do. And thanks for reminding us to want to slide into those DMs and encourage people. Guys, relationships are the whole reason that this exists today. Are the relationships I've invested. Some are new, some are old. And there are a few things in life that will get you a better return. The stock market may fail, real estate may fail, your business may fail. But if you failed at relationships, you failed at everything. Guys, this next speaker is someone who I get together with on the reg, and we have tacos and talk about our dreams and our aspirations and putting action to them. He spoke in Orlando to us last year He's a great dude. He just celebrated his birthday yesterday, and he's with us here today, Angus Nelson.
Well, hey there, everyone. I have a couple of things I want to share with you today about the way that we're thinking in context of all that's around us. There is so much noise. That's the first thing. N is for noise. I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a lot of people talking about a lot of things. There's so many people going live, i.e. me. There's a lot of people who are pushing out content. There's a lot of people who, in context of the news, there's news everywhere. Everybody's got an opinion. Have you noticed all of our friends all of a sudden have become experts in terms of health technology and health stats? And it's crazy. Like, everybody's posting stuff. Everybody's talking about stuff. So there's a lot of noise. That's one of the first things that you do not want to listen to. And that's what we're going to talk about today. The 4 things that you don't want to be talking, or rather listening to. The first one is noise. The second one that you don't want to listen to are opinions. Like I said, so many people posting all of their artifacts and all of their data. Everybody's making spreadsheets to try and speculate where this thing's going and how big or how horrible or whatever it could or couldn't be. And in light of the opinions that people are saying, it should be this way, it should be that way, it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault. There's opinions. Everywhere you look, everyone's got an opinion, and you attach the opinions, you have the noise. Those are 2 components of things that you do not need to be listening to right now in this season. Third piece I want to share with you. First one, noise. Second one, it's opinions. The third one is this whole thing of pressure. For many of you who perhaps you have lost a job, perhaps your company is not moving forward, perhaps your company is on pause, perhaps you've been furloughed, you're in a place where there is pressure. Pressure is crazy because pressure will oftentimes cause you to do things that maybe you're not wanting to do, or making decisions that you have to make that you're not ready to do. The things of pressure cause us to go to a place sometimes where we are forced to take action in one way or the other, or the pressure will actually do the opposite and it'll make us shut down. The pressure conflicts our brain from seeing objectively, from seeing rationally. The pressure, it takes away from your energy. So one of the things you don't want to listen to is the pressure. So number 1, the noise. Number 2 are the opinions. Number 3, the pressure. And the 4th piece that you do not want to listen to is your experience. The experience you've had in the past. You compare where we're at today and you can say, oh, it should be like this or it should be like that. You can remember the good times and you're like, will we ever get back to those good times? You can look at some other things and you can say, oh my gosh, this thing is horrible and this is only going to make it worse. Whatever you are experiencing today or yesterday, and I mean yesterday like the big yesterday, to try and compare that to where we are right now is irrational, because where we're at right now, nobody really knows. But to look at the experience you're at right now and then to judge that is not going to serve you. If you're listening to your experience and you're in a place where you've now got to look for another job, if you're looking at the place like maybe your health is challenged, if you're looking at the place where you've got a family member that's like, there are components of this that if you let the experience overwhelm you, will shut down. If you let the experience rule you, you can't think rationally and you can't make decisions that are best for you and your family. These 4 components, the noise, the opinions, the pressure, and the experience. Those things will cause you to shut down or behave in ways that you normally wouldn't. Those things are an acronym that could spell NOPE. And that's my encouragement for you today. Don't listen to the nope. Say nope to this noise. Say nope to that opinion. Say nope to that pressure, and say nope to that experience. This too shall pass. We can already see some light flickering on the horizon that this thing is starting to come to an end. At the same time, while that is ending, something else is beginning. New opportunities, new iterations, new ways for us to do what we used to do in maybe different ways. Ways that we can reinvent and recreate and re-become something bigger, something better. Some way that you can let go of what you used to know so now that you can take hold of something new. My encouragement for you tonight here on a Friday evening is this. Let go of the noise, let go of the opinions, let go of the pressure, let go of the experience. And as you let go of that, let go of the nope, I want you to embrace something new. What is it that this makes possible? That's the question you get to ask of yourself. What does this make possible? Who do I get to become? What job do I get to iterate? What new perspective do I get to take? What new relationships can I create? This is your opportunity to take what you've always known and let that go. And instead become the person you've always wanted to be. In the same way our culture is going to recreate, our economy is going to recreate, many companies are going to recreate. The invitation is for you to also recreate. So that's my invitation for you tonight. That's my thing I want to encourage you, is take this opportunity to recreate. I hope that serves you well. If you need anything, reach out and contact me. I believe in you. Good things are on the horizon. Dream up who you want to be and then take the action to be that person. Be the person you need to be in order to do the thing you want to do. All right. Have a great weekend. Cheers.
Thank you, Angus. That was fantastic. As always. Guys, I don't know if you've experienced, if some of you this is your first thing experience, you're experiencing what every day at the thing is like. It is a drink from the fire hose experience. It is full on. It is packed with content. Every one of our sessions, our speakers normally do speak longer for sure. But this whole experience today is just rapid fire, super practical and super encouraging content. And I thank you guys just for showing up and being present. I hope that you could join us in Orlando this fall in November. It's going to be an amazing weekend, and we're going to be together. We're going to use that time and use the time between now and then to step into amazing opportunities to grow our business. And we just were talking about relationships with Mike, and no one knows relationships better than my friend Susie Miller. And Susie is going to just share with you guys just a little bit about how to deploy relationships in this time. And I can't wait for you guys to hear from her. Make welcome Susie Miller.
Hi friends, Susie Miller here, and I am an author, speaker, and catalyst for growth, helping high performers thrive in their personal and professional relationships that matter most. And when Terry asked me to do a video for the Thing Home Edition, this story popped into my mind, and I want to start by sharing it with you. A few years back, I was watching TV, and a commercial came on for this Enclave minivan, the minivan of all minivans. And as it began, there was a family sitting kind of outside a football field, and this young boy was running up and jumped into the van, threw his football helmet on the floor, whapped his sister, smiled at his mama, shut the door, and the minivan began to pull away from the football stadium, kind of through this beautiful suburban neighborhood. And at that point, the voiceover began, and the woman was saying, "Welcome to the Enclave minivan. It is the minivan of choice of the best families out there, the luxury minivan, the minivan to beat all minivans." And she went on to say, it's got 150 cable channels. It's got temperature controlled cup holders. It's got seats that recline both in the front and the bucket seats. It's got everything but the babysitter you need to keep the kids from fighting. No, it didn't say that. But it went on and on about all the features of this minivan and how amazing it was. And all during this time, the music was playing and the family was driving through this beautiful suburban neighborhood. I mean, anybody watching this commercial would want that family, would want that minivan. And the dad pulls up to a stoplight, and at that moment, the camera kind of pans on to the sweet young boy's face as he's looking out the window, no doubt dreaming of the touchdown that he was going to score in this week's upcoming game. And then the dad begins to pull through the intersection. And all of a sudden, crash, there's this metal bending sound, this glass shattering, and this horrible crash, and this horn blaring. And the screen goes black. And then these words come across the screen in white letters. You didn't see that coming, did you? Question mark. And those words fade away, and the next sentence is, no one ever does. And those words fade to big, bold block letters that say, buckle up always. Because you see, this wasn't a minivan commercial at all. This was a commercial put out by the Department of Transportation, encouraging people to buckle up. Buckling up saves lives. Because you see, what happens is we get sideswiped in life. Things come out of the blue and wreck our lives and change the trajectory of things. Circumstances beyond our control impact us. This commercial stuck with me because in May of 1996, a drunk driver ran a red light and sideswiped my car. God, Volvo, and buckling up saved my life. That's what the doctors in the emergency room told me. And so you see, we all get sideswiped. Circumstances beyond our control come into our lives and change everything. And that's kind of where we are with the coronavirus right now. These circumstances beyond our control have changed everything. They've changed our personal relationships. We're having all this together time with these people that we love, but we're not so sure we like. They've changed our professional relationships in that we're having to do so much of our business over media, over Zoom, over WebEx, over Google Hangouts. We are not in the same place we were in. Life has dramatically changed. The coronavirus is unexpected. It sideswiped our life. It has brought on circumstances beyond our control. And in these moments of beyond our control, we can only choose one thing. We can control what we do with our circumstances. And so in this time of crisis and out of controlness, I really want to challenge you to choose what you do with your relationships, because relationships are really what it's all about. Our personal relationships, our professional relationships are what make up the substance of our life. Personally, we engage, we are happy, we get fulfilled that way. Professionally, we need good relationship skills to communicate with our colleagues, our business partners, our customers. I want to talk about one skill that will help you create better relationships in the midst of these circumstances you can't control, because we get to control our choices. And so I want to talk to you about the skill of choosing to listen well. That sounds kind of odd, doesn't it? Because everybody thinks we listen. But if you're really brave, you could ask a couple people in your life, do I listen well? The skill of listening well will help your personal relationships thrive. Your people will feel loved and seen and known by you. And it will help your professional relationships thrive because your colleagues will feel like you care about them. Your customers will feel like you get them. And so learning the skill of listening well will help you across the board, in crisis and beyond. And so here's the thing. Most of us don't listen well. Most of us listen waiting for the other person to stop speaking. In our mind, we're already going on and thinking about what we want to say in response. Pause a minute and think about that. As you listen to your next conversation, ask yourself, am I pausing and listening? Am I pausing and paying attention? Or am I waiting for them to finish so I can tell them what I think about their idea or change the subject to something more interesting to me or end the conversation altogether? None of those things are listening well. So listening well means we lean in, we give the other person's ideas and thoughts and what they're sharing utmost importance in our mind, in our presence, and in that moment. And 3 ways you can learn to listen well are this. 1, you want to pause and pay attention. You want to stop what's going on in your head, all the thoughts that are going on in your head, and you want to lean in and make what they're saying the most important thing. What are they talking about? What are they non-verbally communicating? What is the gist of their message? And then what are the details? Stop thinking about what you want to say in response and pause and pay attention to what they're really communicating. That's number 1. Number 2 is you want to ask clarifying questions. Clarifying questions are questions that get more out of them. How many times have you asked more questions of someone sharing versus told them what you think about what they're sharing? If you're like most people, you're into what you're thinking and sharing versus really asking them for more. Talk more. Tell me more. Tell me more about that idea you have. Tell me more about that plan. Tell me more about that experience you had in, a business and on a trip with another customer or with a friend. Tell me more. Ask clarifying questions. How did you get to that, mindset? How did you get to that decision? What impacted your thoughts and emotions in all of what you're sharing with me? Clarifying questions are going to get them to tell you more, give you more information, and make them feel cared about. So number one, you're going to pause and pay attention to everything they're saying. Number two, you're going to ask clarifying questions that actually say, tell me more. Help me understand. What can you glean? Get all CSI on them and dig in for some details. People will tell you far more than you ever imagined if you pause, pay attention, ask clarifying questions, and listen well. And then the third tip is to validate. When people are sharing, they want someone to agree with them. You could say things like, gosh, I understand why you would say that. That makes sense to me. I can really resonate with that. But then don't go on and tell your story about how you resonate. Just lean in and go, I can resonate with that. That is something that really speaks to me. What can you say to validate what they're sharing, what they're feeling, what they're observing, what they're thinking? You kind of come alongside and join them in their conversation. And I'm telling you, if you practice these three things, if you pause and pay attention, stop thinking about what you're going to say, pause and pay attention, clarify, ask more questions. Instead of telling them what you think, say to them, tell me more. Tell me more about your thoughts, your ideas, this topic we're discussing. And number three, validate their insights, validate their thoughts, validate their perspective, because then people will feel like you're really engaging in with what they're sharing. So that is one of the skills that I would say is more important than almost any other skill you could have in terms of a conversation. Listening well will change the way people communicate with you. They will change what you learn about people. They will change your relationships because you will go deeper into the connections that happen when you have this kind of communication. So in these moments where life has been sideswiped and turned upside down, and we're in a very unexpected circumstances, unprecedented circumstances, and often uncomfortable circumstances, stop trying to think about what you can't control. Take a minute and think, what can I control? I can control my choice of how I engage with people. And one of the choices I'm going to make is this skill of listening well. Try it out. See how it works. Ask people for feedback. I guarantee you, if you begin to listen well, you will see your business relationships prosper, your personal relationships deepen, more connection, greater success. You can succeed at work and win at home at the same time by working on your relationship skills. And this one is the first and foremost one I recommend for all my clients. I hope you'll take this tip to heart. It's something that I feel like I've done more of as I've stopped and paused and kind of leaned into what I can't control, because when I can't control my circumstances, I always go back to what can I control? And we can control the way we respond and engage with people. That's my tip for you. I can't wait to see you at the thing live when it happens whenever Terry announces it. And I hope to connect with you. Connect with me over on Instagram at SusieMiller5 or in my brand new Facebook group, Better Relationships Now. And we'll talk more about how to thrive in the personal and professional relationships that matter most.
Well, look who I found.
Hello.
It's Leslie Weaver. She happened to be here, and she was kind enough to deliver me a Thing swag full of sweet tea. And because I've been here, we've been here for a couple hours already, and I think there's a reality that a lot of us forget, that when we do big things, there's other people that tolerate the crazy things we do. Like the fact that I was on a phone call at our dining room table at 1 o'clock while she was trying to sleep, making these graphics at the bottom. And, like the things we do have a great effect on other people, as Susie teaches about relationships. And one of the things a lot of people don't know about Leslie is she leads an amazing team and has literally been running and trying to pivot and respond, even trying to figure out how to get Lysol today. So kind of give everybody kind of a little idea what you've been doing to kind of lead your team through these days.
That's a great question. So I think it starts with trying to stay positive and encouraging. When we had no idea in my program what we were going to do long term, I told my people they had the gift of time. So the gift of time is not something we have very often in working in education and childcare. It's usually go, go, go. And so I encouraged them to find a skill they wanted to grow or an area that they wanted to grow. So that was the first challenge I had for them. I encouraged them to plan ahead for next year. Let's go ahead and plan next summer so we're not rushing during the middle of the year. And then my leadership team, my key leadership team, we've been developing Plan A through Z. I was just planning, I think Plan X is probably where I am at the moment. Yeah. And so that's what we've been doing, is trying to anticipate what may be asked of us and have a game plan, but yet be flexible. And I think being flexible is the hardest thing right now. When you're responsible for helping the economy in this community resurge and get people back to work, and you're one of the key elements to make that happen, that's really a hard thing to do, and figure out how to do it safely and keep people safe and help them feel like their concerns are heard. And then on the other side of it, how to help kids have fun. And so it's a challenging thing for sure. And then at some point you have to be realistic and try to figure out, how do I sustain this, and is it sustainable, and what things have to go. And so hand sanitizer I've got, Lysol not so much, wipes, that's a challenge, and we're gonna make it work.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about leadership, is the realization that the buck stops with you. That if someone on your team can't figure out how to do the work, that you all of a sudden become the one, like we talked about in my talk at the beginning about, Leslie actually kind of inspired to the Kool-Aid principle today, as I was kind of wrestling through a few things to say, and I keep thinking back to that, like, no one is ever going to run through a wall for your vision more than you will. They're just not. People don't have that level of passion and that level of intensity for the things that matter most to you. One of the things you've done, Leslie, that I think has been fantastic, is helping your team rise up to see that they're leaders. And like, if you're watching this, you obviously self-identify as a leader, but there's a number of people in the world that kind of just get by. They just kind of accept work. Work isn't something they do as a passion. So in order for your program to be successful, you have to have great leaders. And so why don't you tell us kind of what you've been doing, even with the John Maxwell book, and kind of your small group that you've been kind of running people through during this time.
Yeah. So one of the things I did is one of my employees wanted to lead a training session on John Maxwell's Leader Shift book. And so,
say that carefully.
Exactly.
Leader Shift.
Very slowly. And so I took that idea and invested it into a core group. I invited everybody, a core group. We started with 15. Last week we had 5. But those 5 really needed to hear it and be a part of it and learn from it. And so we've just been reading 3 chapters a week together and diving into it. And it's been really insightful. It's a great book. I had an advanced copy. I read part of it, and now this forced me to really read it. Some great lessons, some key things to take away, for sure. The other thing I've learned is it's been very interesting to watch people live in fear and let that fear almost suffocate them.
Yep.
And keep them from moving forward. And then as a leader, of how do you listen and take concerns that are valid and try to work around them. And then the hardest thing for me are the people that just want a freebie. Mm-hmm. They want to get paid. I'm very fortunate I've been able to pay my people, not necessarily my full-time people are still paid 100% benefits and definitely getting the benefit of the doubt as to how many hours they're working. Part-time people are getting an average pay. We've been very kind and very generous, but it's been very interesting to watch which ones say thank you and rise to the occasion to lead and step up and learn new things, and the ones that just want the paycheck. So it's been very insightful just to sit back and watch that and take it with a grain of salt and try not to react to it, but to respond in a responsible way. So that's been very, very interesting for sure. And I have a great key group of leaders that I lean on, and we get ideas off each other. Some work, some don't. And we've learned that to be a part of the solution, we all have to work together towards the common goal we're trying to do, which is to serve working families so that their kids have a safe place to go, and parents can work and sustain their lives.
Yeah, one of the things that's kind of interesting about that book is it was something we already had. And one of the things I think all of us realized in the very beginning of it, Leslie and I are big Costco, Sam's shoppers. We purchase our paper products from there. And we kind of do that on a cycle. And we typically don't buy it until we need it. And unfortunately, our supply met kind of up against the wall of the demand of paper products.
And we have a few extra person.
Yeah, we have my mother-in-law living with us right now because the border's closed. She can't go back to Canada. And one of the things we've actually talked about in this is, what do we want to make sure we have next time something like this happens? You know, I remember my grandparents used to always, my grandmother had toilet paper, paper towels, and RC Cola shoved in every corner of her house. And when they passed away, you could find those things everywhere. When we cleaned their house after they were gone, there was just no shortage of paper towels, toilet paper, and RC Cola. And the same thing goes with your finances and and the knowledge, right? Like, you know, Leslie was able to use that book because we had it, and we had it because I had a relationship and all of those things. And like, what do you want to have later? What do you want to have next? What do you want to put in the bank? What do you want to put in the storage closet for the next time this happens? And you guys right now are putting stuff in here, putting things in your mind, and that's what leaders do. Well, guys, thanks, Leslie, for hopping on. We're going to keep going, man. We're going to keep going through this thing. It's perfect that our next speaker is literally one of our favorite things to do at Walt Disney World, is to go to see the Hoop-de-Doo musical review, and Mr. Rob Lott, otherwise known as 6-Bit Slocum, and the host of the leading creative podcast, the one and only Rob Lott.
Hey everybody, my name is Rob Lott, and I am an actor and a director in Central Florida. Most notably, a lot of people know me from Walt Disney World and a couple of the roles and things that I do there. But also, I am a host of the Leading Creative Podcast, where we bridge the gap between leadership and creativity. And I've been asked to, well, let me just say this. I don't normally look like this. My hair is not typically about this long, and I don't typically have what is trying to be a beard, but I am right here in quarantine with everybody, and so I've been asked to share something that is maybe a little bit practical for all of us to use right now, as well as maybe inspirational. So I'm going to give a go at both. There have been a handful of things that I've been thinking about during this downtime that we have, but one of them is, and this is the super practical part, I know that for some of us, we have a whole bunch of extra time. I know that the creation of creative has come to a screeching halt for many of us. And then for some of us, we don't have any extra time at all. We're all trying to figure out, like, how do we fit in the things that we were doing. I know for so many people, what was once a job where they had all kinds of margin, now they're working longer days than they ever had. And so what do you do when you don't have quite enough time? And what do you do when you have so much time? I know that for me, when I have some extra time and I'm just kind of hanging out, and maybe this is you're just kind of hanging out, and it's kind of hard to make inspiration or motivation go to work for us. And so instead, we just kind of get into this rut of every day kind of being the same, and scrolling through Facebook, scrolling through social media, going to the same blogs, doing all the same stuff. And so for some of us, we're going, and for others, and we don't have extra time. And then for others of us, it was like, well, I have plenty of time to do some things, but I don't necessarily have the motivation to get going. So let me give you a game plan for those of you who don't have hardly any time at all, and for some of you who have all the time in the world right now. Let me give you a little bit of a game plan to move forward with that, and that is the power of 20 minutes. The power of 20 minutes. 20 minutes to get started, 20 minutes to continue, and 20 minutes to finish up. I know that for me, oftentimes in regard to getting that motivation up and going, to getting that spark to do some stuff, to start the thing that I wanted to do, really, if I just set a timer for 20 minutes and get going on it for 20 minutes, oftentimes that 20 minutes becomes 2 hours. That the timer on my watch goes, hey, yep, you're all good and done with your 20 minutes that you agreed to, but now I'm on a roll. Now I'm in the midst of that creative that I wanted to keep going. And so for some of you, you just need that 20 minute, the power of 20 minutes to get started. For some of you, it's like, okay, I've started a thing, but I'm in a little bit of where do I go to keep going from there? Again, set a timer for 20 minutes just to keep going, to keep powering through. And then once you've done that for the 20 minutes to start and the 20 minutes to continue, then you can also use the power of 20 minutes to finish up. The power of 20 minutes to go, okay, what if I just set a timer for 20 minutes with the intention, I've already started it, I'm continuing it, now I just need another 20 minutes to get things finished. You don't have to do them all in order, but I'm just saying the power of 20 minutes to get up and go and start something, the power of 20 minutes to get up and go and continue something, and the power of 20 minutes to get up and go and finish something. Set a timer for 20 minutes and just have at that thing that you're doing. I know for me, if I set a timer for an hour, like that's too much. Or if I set a timer for 30 minutes, even like that's a little bit too much sometimes for those of us who have a short attention span. But 20 minutes seems to be that sweet spot to be able to get things done, to be able to move things forward, and to be able to finish things and, you know, get that momentum to get things done. So for those of you who have extra time and you're lacking motivation, that's something that's in place for you. For those of you who have, like, you don't have any time, maybe you can find 20 minutes. And like I said earlier, getting up 20 minutes earlier is far more doable than getting up an hour earlier, or staying up 20 minutes later, or maybe if you have a lunch hour, maybe only make use of 40 minutes of that hour, 30 or 40 minutes of that hour, and then the rest of the time go ahead and devote to 20 minutes of just chugging away at that thing that you want to make, that thing that you want to create, that thing that you want to put out into the world, the contribution that you want to make. Okay, so for the inspiration part, a buddy of mine posted the other day of, if you aren't creating in this time right now, if you aren't building something, if you aren't writing, if you aren't composing, if you aren't adding your art into the world, well, you should be. You should be with this time. And there's a lot of people who are getting that message out there. And I don't disagree with that message. I have my podcast that was a side hustle, and now it's taken on a lot more of a full-time role in my life right now. But here's what I would say is that individual who posted that thing saying you should get out there and you should be creating art and creating all that stuff during this time, the last line of his post said, "It helps." And my guess is for you that is watching this, here's my guess, is that if you're stuck in a rut and maybe you've let a couple of days come and go where you're just kind of doing the nitty-gritty detail stuff of the work, of your art, of your thing, that maybe what you need to understand is that creative, it's not a demand, it's not a requirement. That creative that you have in you, to just even get started on it, to do a little bit of it, if you do that, it helps. It helps in this time when we're all isolated. It helps in this time to feel energized. It helps in this time to be able to move forward with your life and feel like you still have a contribution to make, because you do. You do have a contribution to make, and honestly, putting that contribution out there, it helps. It helps you. It's a gift to you. Your gift to others is also a gift to you. So, a little bit of practical, the power of 20 minutes, and hopefully a little bit of inspiration that the thing that you create, the thing that you add to this world, do it. Do it. Not because it's being required, not because it's being demanded of you, but do it because it helps. Have a great day, everybody. Have fun.
Do it because it helps. So good, Rob Lott. Thank you for making us all a little better when you show up. That's the reality, guys. It does help. It does make us better when we show up for each other. And for me, I've leaned into that because there's some days I haven't wanted to show up, but I know it helps. Putting things like this together. Leaders are amazing people, but getting them to do things and to collect all these videos from people and getting their names right and all of those things. Like, there's a lot of moving parts. And for me, the thing has been a bootstrap experience up until this point. And maybe we're entering a season where that won't be the case. But a lot of people ask, like, what can I do for you, Terry? And what you guys can do for me is, man, pull the trigger, use that discount code, let's do this, and join us in Orlando in November. I need you guys that are on the fence about this to pull the trigger. to get your ticket. And if for some reason the world is still on hold in November, which I don't see any scenario where that's the reality, me personally, but maybe that's just my optimism. Well, if worst case scenario, we'll kick the ball down the field a little further. But when we're all in, we're doing this because you know what? I know that you guys need this. We need your thing, and many of you, I've created the thing because you need the thing. You need this content, and I'm super glad you guys. We're almost at 400 comments on this. 33 of you have shared. I've seen you guys tag almost like 100 people in this. I think you guys were just sticking with it. We're a little over halfway through. I know this is long, but this content is so valuable if you're willing to put it into action. I'm super excited for this next speaker. He's a travel agent. He's a speaker. He's owns a travel agency. He's one of the primary sponsors of WDW Today, Travelmation. He's an author. He spoke at some of the biggest conferences on the world. He's going to announce a podcast he's launching for volunteers in just a minute. But Adam Duckworth has become a good friend. He's a stylish chap, and he'll be joining us in Orlando, as will a good number of the agents from Travelmation. So would you guys make welcome Adam Duckworth?
Hey everybody, my name is Adam Duckworth and I'm the president and founder of Travelmation. That is travel and animation combined. So I lead a team of about 450 travel agents, and we are an authorized Disney vacation planner. You can imagine that during these times, it's an interesting time to be in the travel industry, in the travel world, specifically the Disney destination space. But one of the things that Terry with The Thing has asked us to do is just kind of give a status update, something encouraging, something that we're working on during these times, and maybe a practical idea. So I want to talk to you about our company, and I want to talk to you about what we're doing, or what I'm doing personally, because there's some cool things that I've been working on as well. So first of all, when this pandemic started, our leadership team got together and we said, how are we going to keep people engaged, our agents engaged, and our clients engaged as the travel industry has virtually shut down? So we came up with a little bit of a strategy, and that was to hold daily meetings for a while on Zoom, which we were already using the Zoom platform. Travelmation had been using the Zoom platform for years, so we've kind of felt ourselves being ahead of the curve, shall we say. So we started to do some encouraging things with our team daily, and then we moved those to twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and those meetings, probably much like you've seen other people do now, included themes, wear your magic band, wear your favorite set of Disney ears. There were all kinds of things that we did that were really effective. And since January 1, even during a pandemic, we were happy to report that we had taken on almost 90 travel agents on our team this year to date, because there are a lot of people who were discovering during this time, at least from what we could see, that a single income type of a situation, or just relying on one full-time thing, was not the best strategic move for their future. So what we saw, what was so encouraging, is we saw our agents ramp up some training. We saw our current agents get even more trained, and we saw more people dive in to get trained in a different and better way to get ready. And one of the things that we're hopeful of is that this will begin to wind down soon, and that the folks, maybe by the time you're watching this, it has wound down, hopefully. And so we are excited, and it's just been about keeping that positivity in front of our team. One of the things that I consistently do is show a picture of, and I've posted it in our Facebook group, a picture of a rocket ship launching off, because that is exactly what's going to happen to the best travel agency in the business, and specifically in the Disney destination space, Travelmation, once this is all past us and we move forward to the future. So those are just a couple of things that we've been doing over here. It's been an exciting time, because it's probably, fingers crossed, something that will never go through again in our time on planet Earth. At least hopefully we do not go through that again. Another thing interesting that I'm doing personally is and this is like top, well, hopefully this is launched by now. If it's not, it will be very soon. So in my own life, one of the things that I've done is I've written a number of books on volunteering. I've leaned into the volunteer space in a cool way throughout my history. Some of that with local church world, some of that with nonprofit world. And I've consulted with organizations and done speaking engagements with large gatherings and all that stuff. And it's caused me to sit back a little bit during this time and evaluate, hey, how am I going to be able to do that going forward? What is that going to look like? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so kind of have been thinking about doing it for a while, but I'm launching a new podcast on volunteering for those who lead volunteers themselves, or people who are even thinking about volunteering. And it's going to be called The Volunteer Guy. So you're looking at The Volunteer Guy, which is really exciting because that's a passion of mine in my life. And I've tried to figure out ways to keep that passion alive and keep that passion burning and in a new way and in a different way. And who knows, what's so exciting about this is that who knows where that will lead to long term. And because I think that should something like this take off, and I think there's such a felt need for something like this in culture and society, because at the end of the day, I hear very little chatter about volunteering. I hear very little chatter about how it, what it looks like to lean into volunteers, how to lead volunteers. What does that look like? And so that's something really cool going on in my life. I cannot wait to see you all at some point in the hopefully very near future when we're all together and we can have some conversations and some dialogue about how we all made it through this together. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Terry Weaver and The Thing. See y'all soon.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth. We appreciate it, sir. Fantastic, guys. Thank you guys for hanging with us. We still got amazing lineup of speakers to come. We still got McNair Wilson, Jeff Goins, Roberta Candelaria, Brittany Ostabo, Jeff Bards, Paul Klein, Lee Holt, Josh Pies, Chuck Balsamo still to come. And we're going to dive right back in. You've seen her in one video before, but I asked her to come in and kind of say a few things for writers. And I've asked Karen Anderson to duck back in. So I won't introduce her again, but here she is, Karen Anderson.
Hey friends, this is Karen Anderson. You may have already seen me with Steve. My husband Steve and I wrote a book called The Bezos Letters, and Steve's a brilliant expert on all things Amazon and how you can grow your business like Amazon. But I do a few other things. So Sweet Terry asked if I would be willing to do a video for you as well. And so let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been in the book business forever, and I'm an associate publisher with Morgan James Publishing, and I do strategic book coaching. And I've been thinking about this time of COVID and what it's been like for me as a writer. And part of that is that sometimes I have gotten to, I don't even know where to start. And so in thinking of things that could be helpful, I just wanted to encourage you to write. And that's probably the simplest thing that I can say is just start writing. I think the most intimidating thing is staring at a blank page. And so just a simple tip that I have used for many, many years is that I actually write letters. And I start by saying, dear friend, and then I have words on the page. And whether you're writing a book, you're writing an article, you're writing a blog, whatever you're writing, you just need to be writing. And this is an interesting, unique opportunity. But the bottom line is it's all about communication, and writing is a way to communicate with people. So I just want to encourage you to write something. And if you need to get started, start by saying, dear friend, and use that as a way to just get the juices flowing. And I really do want to encourage you that when you're thinking about what you're doing, your business, and I love that what Terry does with The Thing, because it's all about being creative, and even if you're in business, you're a creative person, that the best way that you can be creative is just by start doing something. So I would encourage you to write, and to be encouraged that being able to communicate and get your message out may have an incredible impact on somebody else. So even if it's I have a friend who used to say, be careful if your sample size is only 1. But I think that the other side of that is if your sample size is 1, that's great, because you want to reach one person with one message, and you want to connect. So Terry, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all you do to encourage people. And hopefully I will see you live and in person at the next thing. So thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Karen. And I love that idea of writing to people, writing letters, dear someone, as a writer. David Hancock, founder, president, and grand poobah at Morgan James Publishing, one of our Thing partners, and greatly appreciate the ability of Morgan James to help get ideas to the world. The reality is we all try to do these things alone, and it takes other people. We need someone that we can hand the ball off to on sometimes, because all of us, a lot of times in the work that many of us do, is it's us carrying the ball And if you watch a lot of sports, that's real hard for very long. And some of us have gotten knocked down in this process. And the best way to get through this process in the future is to have people to hand off the ball, to have people that you can pass the ball to have people around you that can play a little defense for you, that allow you to get the best work that you need to get done and complete. And guys, that's what the thing is all about. I sure hope you can join us this November. This next guy that is going to speak has been in the comments all day. I met him in a hallway at a hotel, and we were speaking at Justin Shank's conference, and I was in awe of the man's beard because, as you can tell, my 5 o'clock shadow is from yesterday. So facial hair is not a gift that I possess, but this man definitely does, and he's a great communicator. He's a great leader, and he's become a really great friend, a great encourager. And I'm excited for you guys to get to see him at the thing. But here you go from his backyard, Chuck Balsamo.
Hey, Terry Weaver and the Thing audience. This is Chuck Balsamo, and man, am I excited to chat with you for just a few minutes. I've been asked to answer the question, what are the 1 or 2 things I'm learning in quarantine? Gosh, lots of things are happening during the quarantine. I think the quarantine is one of the best things to ever happen. And that's not to downplay the fact that people are hurting. And I've been affected. I know people who have passed away from the coronavirus. And it's been a time of challenge in many ways, but it's also been a time of redefining myself. I've seen many people redefine during this time. I've learned several things. I mean, people I thought were strong going into this, I realized all of a sudden I looked around and they were nowhere to be found. There were people who were just went invisible, went silent. And right when this first started happening, I decided that I was just going to keep talking. There's this tendency for us to feel like we're just more noise in the universe. You have to overcome that. This is your time to speak, to share your ideas. The world is scared, and they need leaders right now. And so that was the first thing that started to happen to me when I started realizing, hey, I'm going to have to overcome the fears I have of being perceived as an opportunist, and I'm going to have to keep speaking. I have to use my voice, my gift, to encourage people. But the bigger thing, the biggest lesson, the biggest thing that's happening to me during this pandemic, during this quarantine, is there's a book, U Squared, I read years ago. I've read it many times over the years. It talks about the quantum leap principle and says that it's very possible there's a move that you're ready to make. It's not a move that you have to prepare for. You're already prepared. There's a leap that is available, a quantum leap, not another step up the ladder, but skipping ladders, skipping levels, jumping realms. And as soon as this hit, I started looking for those opportunities. I realized that I had access to people that I didn't have access to prior to the quarantine. I realized I was able to start having conversations on the next higher level. And I enjoyed that. It's like I was born for it. I started to pivot. I started to level up. And I would just say to many of you who are watching this, this is your opportunity to pivot. And, you know, whenever we do this Thing conference, I know it's been delayed. I guess it's been delayed. So many events have been delayed, but yes, I think this one has been delayed. Whenever we do have this, hopefully you'll already be on a new level. You'll already be in a new realm, right? But I want to encourage you that when this season is over, this is creating a disruption, right? I did the karate chop. This is creating a disruption. And the ultimate disruption, probably the biggest disruption our nation has had in my lifetime. What are you going to do with that disruption? I've read many articles that talk about don't go back and try to find normal when this is over, right? Normal is done. Normal is over. You try to go back and prop up normal or what was normal, you're doomed, especially in business. entrepreneurs, the world is changing. It's never going to go back to the old normal. We live in a new world now. And you have to ask yourself, how am I going to exist in the new world? And look at, I'm just saying this, everything has to be on the table, right? Your whole old way of doing things, all of your dreams, all of your habits, the way you existed, the things you preached about, right? All the principles that you leveraged up to this point. Some of those things are not going to work in the new world. Some of those ideas are not going to translate in the new world. Some of the things you were passionate about, not going to be passionate about in the new world, in the post-COVID world, right? And so there are opportunities that exist right now that you did not have access to just a few months ago. So pinch yourself. Recognize that there are some people who are going to pivot up in an unprecedented manner during this time. Can you collaborate with someone? Is there an opportunity that you can seize right now? Launch a new company. Attract capital. Attract a partner that you wouldn't have had access to. Launch something. Start something. You've got to think on a different level. You have to let go of old ways of thinking and step up and let go of the weight from the past. And I would just say this, project with energy in this season. It's not a time to be lazy. This is a lot of the world, is becoming lethargic. The quarantine has made people tired. But the world's going to open up real soon. And you don't want to have to restart yourself. So stay strong. Stay in shape. Keep getting up early. Keep reading. Keep planning. Keep dreaming. Search for new clarity. I know this is like a buffet message, but those are my thoughts right now. And I can't wait to speak with you at the Thing Conference, and I'm hoping that by the time we meet, many of you will say to me, man, Chuck, I was doing this one gig pre-COVID, and now I may never talk about that stuff again. I may never do any of that stuff again. I mean, you have to ask yourself right now, when you look into the future, you might have thought you were living the dream life, but it is possible that wasn't the dream. You thought it was because it's as far as you could see then, but now you can see farther, right? The disruption is changing the world, and it wants to change your life. But everything's got to be on the table. You have to pulverize your dreams, your ambitions, your desires, and ask yourself again, what do I want? What makes me come alive, right? And I've done that, and hopefully by the fall, I'll be able to reveal some things that have happened to me during COVID. No joke, I have pivoted. I'm in the middle of pivoting in a way that I've never pivoted in my entire life. Can't wait to talk with you about it. Can't wait to share the ideas as this happens in my own life. But also I hope that I take a lot of you with me. And I'm looking forward to being inspired by your life, as hopefully maybe you're inspired by mine. Peace. I will see you soon.
So good, Chuck. And thanks for not phoning it in there with a fake waterfall, Andy. That question is, what do you want? It's literally probably one of life's most powerful questions. Because here's the deal. If you know what you want, and you're willing to go out and get it, you can have it. Nothing will stop you. If you have the clarity around what you want, your thing. It's possessive. What is your thing? And I really believe you can have a lot of things. Like, I believe we could have a portfolio of things. But what are those things that truly make you come alive? And man, good stuff. Super challenging. Super inspiring. This content is, I'm humbled. It's fantastic. It's so good. Man, I met Greg in person at the Thing last year. He listened to my podcast. listened to me talk about Disney and the Disney Vacation Club. He's always encouraged me online. We spent the day on the VIP day in the Animal Kingdom, hanging out and riding rides together and talk about our love for Disney and our passion for creativity and our passion for serving other people. And he said, hey, man, I really want to speak next year. He was at the front table every time, sitting there with Aurora and Kenneth, Gregory, just leaning in and learning, and said, man, I want to bring to the out of the conversation. So, so let's go straight from Chuck to Greg, man. Here we go from his office.
Hey, thanks, Terry, for bringing so many of us together, even if it's through screens for right now. Look, I don't know about you, but in this season, it's been nothing short of weird. Wait, you too? Crazy. I've had to relearn several things in order to thrive in this chaos. I never thought 2 months into a career realignment, I'd be managing teams remotely or even client expectations through Zoom. And speaking of Zoom, the whole Zoom background thing, can we stop that? I think it's kind of played out, but that's just my opinion. I'm more accustomed to jumping on a plane and having conversations face to face. I suppose we'll get back to that. I really hope so. But I'm an eternal optimist. And when the world changed on a dime, it reminded me of some key learnings. Here are 3 things that might just resonate with you too. First, slowing down isn't the worst thing. That's right. In the midst of everyone figuring out what the new normal is, we've had time to maybe, just maybe, take a beat and have coffee with one of your housemates. Get caught up with life. My wife and I now have lunch out on the patio several times a week. It's a great time to unplug and slow down. Enjoy life. Don't forget to eat, drink, and be merry. If life is all work, it's just not worth it. Second thing, changing my ways is exactly what I needed. I've needed to reimagine my personal organization. I've never taken the time, truth be told, I never valued the time to stop and really consider the what of my doing. It was time to make a to-don't list of things I needed to stop. Come on, to-do lists make themselves. Not true of to-don't lists. That takes some intention. This is the perfect time to build some new work habits. Third thing, people matter more than things. I know, it's shameful that's on my list. It's an assumption, right? But here it is. It's taken this quarantine to help so many of us remember that in the rush to get our ideas to market, it's all too easy to leave our family and friends in the dust. True, I miss my work team. I miss the interactions of the office. That'll come back. For right now, take time to check in on how others are doing. Hear their stories. Be there for them. They'll be there for you. So here we are in the great change. What now? That's the biggest question. Like you, the firm I'm part of is expert at something. For us, it's providing amazing visual stories for massive corporate audiences. In fact, we were in the middle of a football-sized piece of video work for the world's largest fast food chain. And poof, that evaporated. Like everyone else, we wondered, what's next? Well, we did what many of you did. Time to pivot. Our clients' needs changed on a dime, so we changed with them. We recognized and reorganized our team to suit the new normal. We let our process flex with the new flow, and we decided not to give in or give up. Being a creative is probably the best career in the world because we get to create. We get to make something that didn't exist before we touched it. Michael Eisner once said, people think if you're putting a creative in a box, you're inhibiting them. Not true, when in reality you're simply encouraging them to do even greater things. So here we are, in a new box. Maybe it's your home, maybe it's your couch. It's different for all of us. What better time to decide for yourself how to answer that big question, what now? Give yourself permission to slow down, rethink the why of what you do, and be the best version of yourself, even if it means a little reinvention. So what's your next thing? I'm looking forward to seeing you in November at the Thing Conference. It changed my life last year. Who's next?
Love it. Thank you, Greg. So good, man. I love what the power of us getting together has to do, and I'd love for you guys to join us in November. Remember that discount code over there. Let's do this. It's the biggest savings the public's ever going to be able to get for this event. So go use it. Get your ticket. Right now you can do a 2-pay. If you need to do more than a 2-pay, let me know. I'd love to have you there with us. Get one of those tickets and be a part of joining us this fall. Joining us this fall will be the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Jeff Goins. Here's Jeff with some wisdom for us.
Hello, friends from the Thing. Jeff Goins here, coming to you from my office in a time of quarantine. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Just wanted to share a few quick thoughts with you per Terry's request. And so, these days, everybody's talking. Right now we're in the middle of a crisis. This is when I'm recording that anyway. But I want to talk a little bit about how creative people can respond in any time of crisis and share some things I'm learning through my own experience and in my own community, and hopefully they will help you. I'm learning this in my own life, and also we're seeing this in the lives and work of other creatives that we work with. So I'm going to call this Pivoting is for Suckers. Pivoting is for Suckers. So my apologies to anybody who has told you to pivot. I think that's bad advice. Now I want to share a quote with you, share a few reasons why that is, and help you rethink why now might actually be the best time to give your greatest work to the world. And I want to share a quote from Toni Morrison to begin. Here's the quote from Toni. "This is precisely the time when artists go to work. There is no time for despair, no place for self-pity, no need for silence, no room for fear. We speak, we write, we do language. That is how civilizations heal. That is how civilizations heal." I love that. This is the time to go to work. This is the time to give your greatest gift, not to pivot, but to double down on the fundamentals, the core work that you and only you can do, and find a unique way to express that in the world today. So what does that look like? 3 kind of takeaways here. 1, don't pivot. Double down on the fundamentals, on the thing that you do best. So right now we have a lot of people who are looking for opportunities. They're responding in a time of crisis, emergency, urgency, and they are trying to take on new skills to make themselves marketable to a new world with new needs and new demands. This has good intentions. It's a bad, if not misguided idea. What I want to say is that however you react in a time of crisis is going to determine whom you're going to attract in the next season of life and work. So however you react now determines whom you attract later. So don't be reacting in such a way where you're going to attract a bunch of people that you don't want to hang out with for the next 6 to 12 months, because that's what's going to happen. Also, don't take on skills and responsibilities that you don't want to have to maintain for the next year or 2 or 3 or 5. So for example, there was a story I read in a book once about a guy who was a lawnmower, and he was mowing his friend's lawn, and the guy was paying him. And the friend said, "Hey, I need somebody to clean out my gutters." And the lawnmower man said, "Well, I can do that. I can clean out your gutters." And he went and got all this equipment and cleaned out the gutters. And it took a lot longer, and it was a lot more expensive than he anticipated. Now he had all of this overhead and machinery that he had to maintain. And his friend was like, "Hey, man, why don't you just stick with mowing lawns? Stay in your lane and get really, really good at that." And that's what he did. And often as creatives, we're looking at lots of different things. We have what is called a leaky filter, also known as ADHD sometimes, creative ADD. And it can be a blessing, but it can also distract us from our true work. So the first thing I want to say is now is actually an opportunity for you to double down on your fundamental skills. Now here's the thing, you might not actually know what they are. And I often don't. I think my job is to be a writer, and the truth is it's to connect people to ideas that help them transform their lives and their work. And so sometimes if we don't understand what I call our true work, we're going to miss how to apply our skills to the opportunities at hand today. So thing one, be open to the possibility that what you think is your true work is actually not your true work. So don't pivot, start asking important questions. Double down on the fundamentals. You might not know what the fundamentals are, which brings us to step two, which is to find your true work by avoiding what's called marketing myopia. There were some researchers who published a paper in the Harvard Business Review called Marketing Myopia. And basically in this paper, they argue that industries fail, businesses fail, companies, organizations, individuals fail when they think they're in one type of work when they're actually in another. So for example, the railroad industry failed because they thought they were in the business of building railroads when in reality, they were in the transportation industry, and they missed the opportunity with the invention of the automobile and the way things changed with the highway system in America in the early and mid 20th century, and they were left behind. Similarly, today I have a lot of peers who are saying online courses are dead because the online course industry is dying. Well, that's the wrong industry. You're not in the online course industry. You're in the education industry. So ask yourself the question, what is my true work? And really a way to think about this is to go at least a layer too deeper. So for example, I might say I'm a writer and I work in the world of writing and publishing, and if people aren't publishing books, then I can't make a living. But that's not actually what I do. What I do is I connect people to ideas. I often do that for writing. I sometimes do it through speaking. I do it through blogging, podcasting. There's a bunch of different modalities. And there's always going to be ideas as far as I'm concerned, as far as I've experienced. And there's always going to be people needing those ideas. And so if publishing for some reason goes away or books go away, I'm not going to be out of a job because I understand that my job, my industry, my true work is to simply find useful, helpful ideas and find a creative way, a technology, a tool that allows people that need those ideas to connect with those ideas. So ask yourself, what is my true work? What is the thing that I do even when the economy changes, even when the world changes? And then the third question, the third step that we can take in this process of creatively responding to a crisis is to ask, what role is being required of me right now? My friend Michael Port, who is a professionally trained actor and trains public speakers and communicators in how to deliver great speeches, he recently shared this question with me, and I love it so much. What role is being required of me right now? Because the truth is, in different areas of life, we are asked to play different roles. The role of father is different from the role of writer or entrepreneur or citizen or husband or neighbor or friend or what have you, right? And so in different arenas of life, we play different roles. And so when life changes and you understand your true work, you can ask the question, what role is being required of me right now? How can I step up today in a way that is creative and interesting, and I'm not ignoring what's going on in the world. I'm not avoiding things. I'm not in denial. And at the same time, I'm not trying to do something completely new and dropping all of my experience and previous skills. And so these three steps, I think, will help us consider how we can best respond, not react, respond in a time of crisis. One, don't pivot, focus on your fundamentals, right? So get back to your core work. Two, avoid marketing myopia, right? Reconsider what your true work actually is. And then three, ask yourself, what role is being required of me right now? And then you may find your place in the beauty of things. And I love this quote by Mary Oliver from one of her poems. Whoever you are, no matter how lonely, the world offers itself to your imagination. You calls wild geese, harsh and exciting, over and over, announcing your place in the family of things. Don't pivot. Find your true work and ask yourself, what role is being required of me right now? And then find your place in the family of things. Thanks. Hopefully this was helpful. Shoot me a message if I can help, or if you have any other questions, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
Love it, Jeff. You know what I love is the different ideas that we all bring to the table. And some of you are going to gravitate to some, and some of you are going to gravitate to others. The thing that I want to make sure that you're doing is actually putting this stuff into practice and putting this content to work. Guys, I want to keep this going. This is probably the speaker coming up next that is one of the people I know the best, but also someone who has just literally been through it hardcore, literally just to watch everything they've built for the last 5 or 6 years just to come to the breaks to screech. Lee Holt, who you've heard at the thing several times and heard 3 or 4 times on Making Elephants Fly podcast, my podcast. But man, Lee just, I'll be honest, when she sent me this video, and she was one of the last videos to get in, I just, more than anything, want to break all social distancing rules and just show up and give her a high five and a hug and throw a party for her in her yard. Guys, this is a hard time. Leadership is hard, and I'm excited to show you a little bit of vulnerability from one of my good friends and one of my favorite people. So let's get straight to Lee Holt.
Hey everybody, my name is Lee Holt, and I am grateful to Terry that he would ask me to do this, even though I'm last minute on it. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and I run a company called MadJet, and we are a marketing consulting company and an artist management company in the music business. So we represent an artist named Lauren Daigle and handle her entire business and run her company, in essence, and manage her entire career. And then we do marketing consulting and business development for partners in the marketing space, event space, partnership space, revenue development space. And I have a team of 3 people. And when Terry asked about 2 weeks ago for me to make this video, I was in a little bit of a paralyzed state. Our business has been shut down. The entertainment business has been shut down since March 12th. We were at the time when the ban on large events came through, the quarantine started. We were in the middle of an arena tour with our artists that we've been developing over 5 years. We had hit the pinnacle of live events, and we were in the middle of an arena tour. We were in an arena in Grand Rapids on March 12th. The night they told us that we needed to postpone, on that night, 4 weeks of our touring. And then over the last 8 weeks, we have gotten to the point where we have to postpone the entirety of our tour due to COVID-19 and the events of the world and the government restrictions on the live events. So I went to bed on March 11th, woke up in Grand Rapids. I was on a bus. You drive overnight on the bus. Woke up to a phone call at 10 a.m. saying, hey, we think we might have to cancel next weekend shows, but we'll be fine for this weekend. We'll get all 3 shows in this weekend, to a declining state throughout the whole day, where by the time 5:30 rolled around, I had to walk on stage and tell our team at the end of our sound check that would be the last show for the weekend and for the remaining time. Excuse me. Excuse me. So it wasn't 100% out of the blue, because I had been following the coronavirus, and I knew that it was kind of like every single day it was more of a threat. But in no means did I think it would shut us down indefinitely for 2020. And, you know, it was a major blow for us, because the majority of Lauren's revenue stream, and therefore my revenue streams, came from touring. And we're in the midst of a 52-date U.S. run and 77-date international run of a tour that was mostly sold out at that time. And by the end of the tour, we probably would have sold out 80 to 90% of the shows. So obviously very successful, a lot of revenue being generated, a business that we felt very comfortable in, a business that we really have worked hard to understand. Took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to even get to that point. And I was feeling really exhausted, even inside of that, like the exhaustion of like just building that business and getting good at it, and feeling like, oh, we know what we're doing. We understand the costs. We understand the marketing. We understand how to make a profit. We understand how to run a team. It's been like 5 years of work in process to get to that point. And then so for it to like close down overnight, to wake up on March 13th back in Nashville with, you know, hey, we're going to have to be quarantined for 2 weeks, which felt like a lifetime at that point in time. And now it's 8 weeks later. And inside of that 8 weeks, not only, we were supposed to be back out on tour this weekend, actually, when we originally postponed the dates back in March, we were supposed to be back up and running as of May 1st. And so now, again, we're not on tour. I'm at home. I'm in my kitchen in Nashville, and I'm actually terrible at doing video. So this whole setup, it's funny. I just came from a video shoot with my artist all day today with all these professionals running cameras. And then Terry asked me to do this on my own. And I was like, oh no. Anyway, so we went from overnight, our business running on all cylinders, to waking up the next day to a new earth. The Monday after the 12th, my kids were on spring break. I have a 9 and 11-year-old. My kids were on spring break, and there was this like sentiment of my own mind that it was like vacation time, and that was not the case. I kind of had that sense, and I was like, oh, this is good. I am tired. It's time for me to rest. Let me just rest for like 2 weeks, and we'll be back at this. Well, as the days and hours unfolded, and the world kind of started to take shape, and everything became unstable. All the tenets that we used to like build our business on are all gone. It made me realize pretty quickly that it was time to innovate, and that the people who come out of this on the business side are going to be the ones that innovate in this season. And I could sit around and just watch all the revenue drain and go away. Or I could figure out, what do we need to build in this season, so when the live events come back, we are bolstered and we are running on all cylinders, and we have a whole new revenue line built. And for me, the thing that I've chosen to focus on, it's taken me weeks. It wasn't like overnight, like day 2 of quarantine. I was like, I need to innovate. Well, actually, that's not true. I knew early on, I was like, people who innovate in these seasons win. New businesses are developed in these seasons. This is a time to capitalize, because there are new needs being developed. So therefore, entrepreneurs can win by capitalizing, figuring out what is the new need and how do we meet that need. And then new businesses are created. That's through the history of time in business, like that's happened. So I've known the whole time, and I even started a note in my phone of like COVID business ideas, and believe me, they were all terrible at the beginning. But as I assessed our business with Lauren and the entertainment business, I started, the things that I had always said I would get to were like coming up, like, well, now I have time, so what should I get to? And so I spent a lot of time praying about and seeking wisdom and asking questions and meeting with other managers, seeing what was important to them and what they were doing. And excuse me, what I ended up landing on is that data is so important. It feels so obvious, like data, big data, it's big business. But in the entertainment business, we have an email list that we've kind of cultivated a little haphazardly, somewhat strategic, but that's kind of all we've focused on. And then we have ticket buyer data, but we've never even put those together and then built a plan around the data and a plan to maximize on the data and the people who have already shown interest in Lauren as a brand. So the innovation that, again, it's one of those things, it's not necessarily an innovation if a lot of people who have data are maximized on it. But for us, we're so busy running down this path of touring that I always thought data was important, never questioned that, but I just never had the time to focus on it. So what we've shifted course now, and our whole business has become about social media and putting out videos and being engaged, but then also now cultivating the data that we have, figuring out the fan funnel. So when people come in when people decide they want to be a fan, whether it's on iTunes, Spotify, Facebook, Instagram, if they're a ticket buyer, if they come in through the e-commerce store, how then we treat those fans through a funnel and a life cycle. And I truly believe that if we can figure this out, when we do go back touring, and I do believe in the live events business, I do believe we will come back. People want to be entertained. Excuse me. I do believe that once we build this funnel and build like even a robust consumer product brand around Lauren, who's the client and who's the artist and who is the brand, then when we are touring, this funnel is going to bolster us and we will have a whole new revenue stream that we didn't have pre-COVID. So I'm actually very excited about it. It's super nerdy stuff. I need a lot of help. There's a lot of people coming around and helping us and teaching us and showing us what to do, but that is my one big idea that hopefully makes sense for your business. And it's one of those things, like last thing, I'm going way long, is low-hanging fruit, something I'd thought about for a long time, just didn't really put an effort into to focus on, and now it's time. So hope y'all are doing well. I hope you guys are staying safe, and I hope that your businesses come out of this thriving. All right. Good to see ya. Bye.
Whoa, Lee, thank you so much for your vulnerability and for helping me discover something in my eye, apparently. I love how she ended that I hope your business comes out of this thriving. And if there's anything that I'm on mission to do, it's to help people actually thrive at their calling, to thrive at what they're doing. So many of us just settle for getting by when we were made to thrive, when we were made to not just exist. So I'm super honest, guys. We're entering the final stretch here. We're entering we've got Katrina Stone coming your way, Josh Pies, Paul Klein, Jeff Barnes, Brittany Ostabo, Roberto Candelaria, and we'll end with the one and only man himself, McNair Wilson, because that just seems like the right thing to do today. And we're gonna finish this strong. I know many of you have been with us the whole time. Some of you are just now getting in, and you're going, "Man, what is this? What is this deal? I didn't even know what was going on." I was just on Instagram checking some of you guys out. I'd love to see you guys post your pictures of how you're watching it. Beth in Pennsylvania, Beth Getty, had hers on the big screen. So shout out to her for rocking that big screen life. We've tried to make the tech good and everything look good, just to try to serve you guys so it looks good, and man, to try to kind of Instacart some inspiration and Instacart some things you guys can deploy in your business. I want to just keep this going. I love this dude. I just interviewed him for a feature episode of Making Elephants Fly actually yesterday. Mr. Josh Pies. So without further ado, let's do this thing.
Hey Thing audience, I'm Josh Pies, and I'm a little bummed right now because I'm not going to see you live in May like I had been planning on. Last year it was a great honor to be on the stage and spend time adding value in your world, but I have to admit, all the relationships and friends that I made off stage after the fact added as much, if not more, value to me. So I'm grateful as always to just be in the mix. So thank you, Terry, for being the leader in the Pied Piper in the situation and having this continue virtually. That's a good thing. So you asked us to talk a little bit, maybe some inspiration about how we're getting through this, or something to that effect, and then something that is really positive or encouraging. So let me start with a recipe. Okay, this is a buffalo. This is, it's actually not showing very well in my green screen right here. This is a buffalo, and it's an excellent buffalo. And the reason why my animal crackers are here is I was actually working with a school, and we were doing some Facebook Lives together, and it just felt right to have animal crackers. But I really like raspberry jelly and jam, and this is actually raspberry preserves. So I've been dipping them in my preserves. Now it looks like a massacre. So in my household, we call these bloody animals because it's really hilarious and I think it's funny. But it tastes amazing. So the recipe is raspberry preserves and dip some animals, crackers, into there, and oh my, excellent stuff. I'll save that for later. So that is my recipe to share with you for being closed in. We have more food than that, by the way. This is not because we're running out of food. It's just because I like to get creative. And so Ian, that one is for you, Mr. I Love Food. And so to share a little bit about what we're doing, I'll tell you what we're doing professionally right now for our customers. You know, we own video production and branding consultancy. That's what I do professionally. And, you know, before all of this transpired, we have a content creation retainer package that is a lot of coaching and a lot of done with and for you content creation for our customers. But everything changed. They're not going into work. They're not living life the way they had been used to living life. And we had to pivot, and we had to pivot hard. That changes not only how they're interacting and delivering their expert ideas, but it changes how we tell them to do things, and our access to what they could have done previously is gone. What do? So you pivot. And as you, I'm sure, know, everybody went to Zoom and everybody went to really leaning into live. So we decided to double down with and for them. So the two things that we've been doing is, one, we've been coaching and even doing co-lives with our customers a lot. And we're noticing it's getting really solid engagement. And it's not necessarily in numbers, but it's in valuable engagement. If you get one person on a live, but they're a target customer who fully engages and takes a meeting later, are you winning? Yeah, you're probably winning, right? We're seeing a lot more than that, which is great. But then what we're doing for them is, and a lot of our customers are getting the equivalent of 4 videos a month, or if it's a 5-week month, maybe 1 per week. Depends on how it shakes out. We're doubling down and you know, making it double. And I think that's the lesson is, in a crisis like this, just maintaining, one, you're not going to be able to. You can't maintain the same old. You have to change. So we've done that, and it seems to already be working. But then on top of that, we have to over-deliver. The economy is faltering, and who knows how long it will falter. It is very... Well, let's go right back to Think and Grow Rich. If you guys know me really well, you know I'm a Think and Grow Rich junkie. And Napoleon Hill said it first. There's the QQMA principle. It's the quality of your delivery plus the quality plus the quantity of your delivery plus the mental attitude with which you deliver that will equal your great success. So if before this you were delivering one really good thing, and maybe we can value that one good thing at 1 as well. So 1 plus 1 plus maybe your 1, a whole value of mental attitude equals 3, and 3 is success. With things changing, 3 may not be success because maybe a lot of other people are going to try to do exactly what you do it better, unseat you. Who knows, however you want to qualify or quantify that scenario, turmoil is in the system. But what if you turned it up to 11 and, you know, over deliver on all fronts? What if you work hard to make sure the MA, your mental attitude, is clear and positive and prepared to deliver that positivity? Okay, you're at 1 plus. What happens if in your quality you do not waver? Maybe you have to pivot, maybe you have to reposition, and it may look different, but it's still high quality, the quality that you promised plus, so you're at another 1 plus. And what happens if the quantity goes from 1 to 2 or 3? So let's call the 1 plus a 1.5. Let's call the other 1 plus a 1.5. That's 3. and now you're delivering 2 or 3, your QQMA formula went from 3 back in the day to now 5 or 6. Totally voodoo math, but the principle works. That if you're going to deliver quality, continue to deliver quality, and find a way to raise the bar. Now, not later. Now. Figure out what your quantity was. If you don't have a way of quantifying it, try. And then figure out how you can maintain at the minimum, but raise the bar on your quantity. Notice I haven't talked about adding cost to your customer. It might cost you more, but there's a cost with maintaining your status quo of cash flow from behind back in the day, what you were used to, when other people are getting crunched financially now. You have to make sacrifices now to boost them now, so that they will stick with you for the long haul. It's exactly what we're doing. I have had no clients from our retainer side fall off. Full disclosure, we lost almost $100,000 in gross revenue from the event side of our business. Not that we really have an event side, but we had a number of projects tied to live events, and they're all gone. One of the companies may go out of business. The other company will survive wonderfully, which I'm grateful for. Over the long haul, they're doing a really quality pivot. I wish I could tell you about that. Probably not enough time right now. They're going to be fine, but they don't need me for the short run. Interestingly, with proper mental attitude and a quality and quantity of touch points with them, we may get to do new, bigger things with them later. So we haven't lost much, even though we've lost maybe in the short run about $100,000 in billables. I encourage you today that you need to leverage the QQMA formula on your side of things. And if you're a biblical thinker like I am, I grew up being told that Think and Grow Rich is voodoo and it's new age. It fully aligns with the word. So, and if you want to text on this, my friend Josh, not this Josh, another friend, Pastor Josh, actually wrote a text to help people think through how Think and Grow Rich and the Bible align. A great man of faith. If you need that, I will connect you. This is not an affiliate thing. I'm just going to connect you to that book. I'll get you the link. So reach out to me. But I promise you, the QQMA formula has universal principle, the type of thing that God put in the fiber of the universe. So I'm telling you today to just dig into that truth. And if your business is faltering, one, we're with you. All of us in the Thing tribe are with you. If you need a thinking partner, if you need somebody to just hear you out, sometimes you just got to vent, get it out so you can get to the next good thing that you know to do. I respect that too. But know that the Thing tribe is here and we will help. But today, find your way to harness that QQMA even at your low point. If you overserve, you over-deliver with a servant's attitude and your professional expertise driving that attitude and driving the quality and quantity of your delivery, I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, I promise you that givers always gain. Always. That is my encouragement to you. You can be fine if you choose to be fine on a lot of fronts. So check that mental attitude. And I have to remind myself. Sometimes I start preaching, I start doing my inner TD Jakes, and I realize, oh, I think I just got an email. I should have shut that off. And I realize I'm preaching to this choir right here. And I think that's pretty darn okay too. So I value you. I am praying for you the way I think we all are probably for each other. And I am grateful to Terry and Leslie for being the leaders that you guys are. Keep at it. Much love from the Pies family here in Orlando, Florida, and I very much look forward to when the Thing is a live event again, so we all get to hang out together, maybe over at the Mouse House, which hopefully, boy, that better open up really soon because my wife is just like jittery. We've got to get to the House of the Mouse. So be well, and thank you all.
Givers always gain. Wow, Pies. Super solid. Man, thanks for showing up. Thanks for serving. Thanks for delivering value. So much good content there. You guys, there's a lot of content out there in the world right now. I'm not bragging, but you've gotten to experience some of the best I've heard through this from our community and from our tribe. And a lot of these speakers have come up through our community and through my coaching programs. And that's the thing you're going to notice if you get into this community, if you join one of my masterminds, if you start plugging into the thing, you get around the content we're creating, is we're always calling each other to rise. And man, amazing things happen when you're around people who push you to rise. And if you watched my announcement of the dates of this, you saw this. It was kind of my sample. But let's have a little Katrina Stone with a really powerful message and an amazing song about hope. And then we got a few more speakers to go. Katrina Stone, I love you, girl. I love your voice. I love your heart. And I love it when you speak because you have amazing things to say.
Hey everyone, if you don't know who I am, my name is Katrina Stone, and I'm a singer-songwriter out of Los Angeles. And I just wanted to share a little bit about creativity and sort of the entrepreneurial spirit in isolation. This is something I've been talking to a lot of people about, even just evaluating myself. And I think what's really difficult as a creative and as somebody who wants to get something done and learn something and press forward is that I don't have the people around me to collaborate with, to get recognition from, to show them this is my thing, I made this, and everything is via email and everything is social media, and there's very few, personal connections that we're making right now. So I think, creatives and the entrepreneurs of the world, they feel this competition. They're checking it on social media. They're seeing what their competitors are doing. And, oh man, I just didn't even feel like getting out of bed today. But they're doing this and they're learning another language and all of that. And it's like, I think I would just encourage everyone to just check in with themselves first. What is it that would inspire me today? What is it that would make me happy? It might further what it is I'm trying to do, but also it's just going to bring joy into my life. And I feel like that's where some of the most incredible works of art come out of, is just that idea of, I'm going to do something for myself today. I really think that if we check in with ourselves first, then that's something that is really going to be beneficial to us. When this is all over, we're going to walk out of all of this with a much stronger sense of self and the ability to withstand anything. And we won't have that shaky ground of, am I even good enough when people aren't around? So check in with yourself before you check in on social media, before you're checking your email, before you're checking your text messages. Just say, how am I doing? So I wanted to play a song for you. I was going to play a song off my new record, but I've been getting a lot of emails and Facebook messages and Instagram messages about a song from one of my last EPs, and it's called I Hope So. And it's interesting, a lot of these messages are coming from Italy, and that's a really difficult place to be right now, obviously. And these people are saying, this song gives me so much hope. And I always thought, oh man, I feel like I left that song hanging a little bit. Like there's this tension of, will it all be okay? I don't really know. But it's out there giving people a lot of hope. And then I really thought about it, and I was like, sometimes the best thing that you can do is just to say, I don't know if we're going to be all right, but I hope so. I hope. That's an active thing that you're doing. I am choosing to hope. I hope so. It's brought new life to a song that, is a couple years old now. So I'm going to play I Hope So from the Roses and Weeds record, part 1.
Will it all be okay? I don't know. I don't know when it all turns to gray. Will you stay or will you go? I don't trust many people and let them get this close. Will it all be okay? I hope so, I hope so, 'cause we've all seen better days. this war a million ways. Can we skip the part where I fall apart? I hope so. I hope so. What I feel and what I know can't agree on anything, but it hurts to let go. Can you see I'm trying? All I want is to live where everyone say no. Will it all be okay? I don't know. I hope so, 'cause we've all seen better days. Fought this war a million ways. Can we skip the part where I fall apart? I hope so. I hope so. Can I say I'm not fine without that look in your eyes? Can you love past the point where others chose to stop? Yeah. 'Cause we've all seen better days. Fought this war a million ways. Can we skip the part where I fall apart and my tears come down like falling stars? Will it ever not be this damn hard? I don't know. I hope so.
Good gracious, Katrina Stone. Oh, so good. I can't wait till we are all in a room together, hearing her music in between our speakers and hearing her speak more. Gosh, so good, guys. Now's a great time to go out and to support artists who are creating, and not just like stream their music, but to go like buy their music and to go buy their merch. And I know some of us are in a position where we can't do that, but now's the time if you can, and to go out and buy the t-shirts of your favorite artist and buy their merch, buy their stuff, buy whatever they've got, buy their prints, buy their, Mike Brennan and people like that, the things that they create, just to let them know that you appreciate the stuff that they do, that makes us all better, because it really does just the difference they make by speaking up, by writing that song, letting that song out into the world, or that piece of art that they cried over, that they struggled over, that they were bold enough to share it with one another. And so guys, yeah, we've got 5 more speakers to go, and we're gonna finish this strong. I'm excited about our last 5. I've been excited about the whole thing. If you've been watching and you haven't had a chance to see the whole thing, if you haven't been able to join us live the whole time, you can go back and rewatch this later. I'm going to leave it up definitely for a few days. If you do register for the thing, especially in the next week, I'm going to give you this entire session. I'm going to upload it to a site where you can watch it on your own. I'm going to give you all the talks from the last 2 years of the thing. As just bonuses, that those things right there are in and of themselves over $1,000 worth of value. And so I really want you guys to join us in November. I need you guys to sign up. There's a code up in the corner over here. So use that code. Go to that website over here. You can get a ticket now. It's a little housekeeping. Embassy Suites hasn't switched over our code yet the code for our Disney tickets is being done. Strangely enough, all of those businesses, Disney, Hilton, two of the biggest brands in the world, those departments just aren't there. So you and I, entrepreneurs, creatives, we're still doing our thing, and yet some of the biggest brands of the world are on pause. So now's the time to show up and to fill the gaps. And I thank you guys for spending the afternoon. Man, let's do this thing with someone who came to the thing in 2018 and said, man, I want to be on your stage next year. I want to be one of the first people to be a attendee and be a speaker. And that was Paul Klein. And here's Paul from rocking out from his home office.
Hey, Thingers. How you doing out there? Terry Weaver. Glad to be here. Honored to be able to give you a quick video that you asked for, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody else's and see whatever their positive messages there are. So this is awesome. The technology allows us to connect even in this time of great challenge. And speaking of great challenges, I'm doing a lot of podcast interviews right now. My new course and community is coming out called Rock Your Pricing. Thank you, Terry, for sharing that. And in every interview, it seems like everybody's always asking me the same question. It's like, with COVID-19 and the pandemic, you know, as a small business owner, what are the biggest challenges or obstacles? And it's always got kind of a negative connotation to it. And I get there's people hurting out there. Totally understand that. And where we can help, we want to help. And certainly I understand many people have that, an actual, like, real challenge. Fortunately for me, I'm blessed and have made some good decisions. And I've been practicing social distancing since 2009 when I went out on my own. But anyway, so I'm in a position to kind of look at things a little differently. And many of you are out there. Maybe you're not working, but you're still getting a paycheck, or you're in a position. And so my question is, what do you see? Do you see obstacles and challenges and problems, or do you see opportunities? I see opportunities. And I love what Mark Cuban said. Whenever there's change, whenever there's uncertainty, there's opportunity. And that's really what you got to focus on. If you're not in the position where you're really hurting and you're struggling to get food on the table and so forth, and you've been laid off and haven't got the stimulus checks or whatever, but I'm talking about the people out there that are entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, people who are in business for themselves, building something. You may be in the biggest position right now for your biggest opportunity ever. I mean, right now, the next, Steve Jobs, Facebook, I mean, all those things are being invented right now while we have this great opportunity. And if we look at it as an opportunity, not a problem or challenge, certainly there are all those out there we've got to be aware of and be conscious to those. But what are you focusing on? What do you see? And, right now, 57 million of us this was before the pandemic. Forbes magazine said 57 million people are in the gig or freelance workforce. And I think tragedies, 9/11 type events, those types of economic crashes, things like we're facing right now, reveal the inevitable. So you can really take this as a challenge or an opportunity and look to grow your business, to write that book, start that online course. Nurture your email list more, create those videos, take those next best steps in your business to move yourself forward, and not sit around and watch the news all day and think how bad everything is. We do that, we'll end up in a rubber room. So really encourage you to, focus on what you can control and those opportunities, especially if you're not in a position where you're really hurting or in a bad situation. Focus on those opportunities. The consulting and freelance world that we live in, personal brand, I mean, there's so many opportunities. Now is the time, and I think there's monumental shifts. And I think that 57 million number that we saw before the pandemic, now all these companies are jumping in on Zoom and telecommuting and stand-up desks. I mean, just everything is so hyper. What's the word? It's forced the change that was coming anyway, and it's just expedited it. And so we really can look at that as an opportunity. And so I think it's going to be, I think in the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to be 3/4 of the workforce. I think there was another stat here I wrote down for this is the growth of freelance workforce is 3 times faster than the traditional workforce, and is projected to double in the next 5 to 10 years. So I mean, it's just the opportunities there. And so I just really encourage you to write that book, create that course, look at those opportunities, how you can move yourself forward, look at the positive. And Maxwell Maltz said this the best, your behavior follows your beliefs. So if you believe that everything on the news is true and Trump did everything right, Trump did everything wrong, we're going to all die or whatever, wherever that is, that's out of our control. What's going to happen is going to happen. But I can tell you that I like to focus on the positive. I'd really encourage you to look at the opportunities and the positive, and your behavior follows your beliefs. So if you believe that we're going to be okay, you're going to believe we're going to come out of this, understand the hurt and the pain that is out there, help where we can, then you will look for opportunities in your behavior to reflect those internal beliefs. So I challenge you to believe in what's possible in your brand, your business, in your next opportunity, and not focus on the negatives, the obstacles that are out there. So that's my message for you.
Hit the button too quick. Sorry about that. He was done anyways. It was perfect. And I heard his music turning up. Paul, you freaked me out. Didn't want Facebook to shut us down. But Paul, thank you so much. Be sure you head over to Paul's website. Paul's got an amazing webinar that he's done about pricing and strategy, and amazing leader, creating amazing content, amazing podcast, the Pricing is Positioning podcast. And guys, I'm so grateful for all of these speakers that have taken their time and their day and their just the work that they do to serve you guys this afternoon and this evening. And I'm so grateful that you guys have taken your time. I'm looking at the comments that there have been over 40 shares, almost 462 comments, 462 comments, and just super humbled by that, guys. I appreciate you guys for showing up. 174 hearts, whatever that means. So fire up a few more of those. Let's get those like and heart buttons going. But man, we're almost there. We're almost to the end, and I know many of you guys have been here since minute one. Some of you came in a little late. If you did come in late, you'll be able to watch the rebroadcast later. You can watch it. We'll do some watch parties throughout the weekend. But man, it's been super fun to just be together and have each other, to be around each other just in a kind of a different way, and to encourage one another. Without further ado, the one and only Dr. Disneyland himself, Jeff Barnes.
Hi, everyone. Jeff Barnes, a.k.a. Dr. Disneyland with the Wisdom of Walt. And today, I want to talk to you about finding your light at the end of the tunnels. Walt Disney was one of the world's most creative minds. And today, when we think about Disney, we naturally associate him with success. And more than 50 years after his death, we naturally think of success, forgetting all of Walt Disney's failures. But back in 1923, Walt Disney's first studio, Laugh-O-Gram Studio, went bankrupt. But it was that bankruptcy that compelled Walt Disney to come to California. Walt made a decision in Kansas City, Missouri. He made the decision to board a train to come to California with $40, a single suitcase, and a one-way ticket. He joined forces with his older brother Roy, who was already here in Los Angeles, and together they founded the Disney Brothers Studio that today is the largest entertainment company anywhere in the world. And once Walt was in California, it was then and only then that he would finally create his first successful cartoon character. And while we are in the midst of our own current crises, it is that story that I keep going back to again and again and again. Because Walt was fond of telling us that we can never forget that it all started with a mouse. Except that it didn't. You see, it all started with a rabbit. Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. In 1928, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit is so successful that Walt is going to board another train. This time with his wife Lily. They're headed to New York City. Walt wants to sit down with his distributor, Universal. He is looking for a bigger and better contract. But in that meeting, Walt is reminded that when he signed the distribution deal, why he had signed away the rights to Oswald as well. And while he and Lily are busy in New York City, others are busy right here in Southern California hiring away the very animators who had helped make Oswald so successful. And so Walt Disney, he doesn't walk out of that meeting with a bigger and better contract. No, he walks out with nothing. And he is staring bankruptcy in the face all over again. But on the train ride home, Walt remembered a little character who had kept him company during those dark days in Kansas City. And so he pulled out a pad of paper, sketched out the first story, showed it to Lily. Honey, what do you think of this guy? Why, Walt, he's cute. What are you going to name him? Well, I'm thinking of naming him Mortimer. Oh no, Walt, that name is much too heavy. Why don't you go with Mickey instead? And so it was in that moment of desperation, that the world's most popular and profitable cartoon character was born. I think we are all right now in our own moment of desperation. And the Oswald Mickey story can teach us this lesson. We have a choice, don't we? We can panic or we can pivot. We can implode or we can innovate. We can retreat or we can be resourceful. I think what is most interesting about Mickey Mouse is that he debuted in November 1928. He was an instant and overnight success. And if you think about 1928, it is the eve of the Great Depression. And it was Mickey Mouse's indomitable spirit that got us through the next dozen years of economic depression. And I don't know about you, but I need Mickey Mouse right now more than ever. And so as we get through our own current crises, we need to think about the own choices that we're making. Again, panic or pivot, innovate or implode, retreat or be resourceful. And I miss Disneyland. I miss Walt Disney World. But think about this for just a moment. When you go to the Magic Kingdoms, you have to make a choice. Are you going to go to the tunnels on the left or the tunnels on the right? Stage left or stage right? Mickey Mouse is there to greet us with that great floral at the front. My friends, there is a light at the end of those tunnels. And think about this. A castle is waiting to greet us at the end of the street. We can get through this. Everything is going to be okay. Come see us at thewisdomofwalt.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff did not share what Jeff did not share. At the end of his tunnel is waiting another brain surgery for what is hopefully a benign tumor. If you know Jeff's story, you know that he wrote Wisdom of Walt in a season thinking that he may not make it to the other side of a cancer surgery. And he's a brave dude. He's a good friend. And he's a great friend to the Thing community. And our thoughts and prayers and hope will be sent his way. And we'll definitely keep you guys up to date with Jeff. I think that's actually coming up in about another month. And it's what's interesting about this time is you notice that even in the things that you may be experiencing, there's always someone who might have it, whose wall might be a little thicker that they've got to jump through. And I appreciate those people who show up and continue to press on regardless of the hard times. Guys, I hope you can join us November 6th to 8th in Orlando, Florida at The Thing, joining us speaking. All three of these last speakers, we're down to the last three. All three of them will definitely be there. Brittany Ostabo is next. Brittany spent a lot of time, energy, and really making her talk just fantastic. A lot of us, public speaking is not something that comes natural to us, and so it's something we all have to work extra hard. And man, she delivered. I can't wait for you to hear her content. She has built an amazing business for herself. She's building a thriving family in the midst of this, and building what they've always dreamed of. And that's kind of what I've noticed about a lot of my friends that are successful during this. They're the ones that have chosen to thrive, not just survive. And they've chosen to double down on building what they really want to build. And they're just going to take advantage of the extra time they have. So without further ado, here's Brittany.
Hey everybody, I'm so excited to be able to spend a few minutes with you guys. I, at heart, am a gatherer of people. I love bringing people together, cultivating community, and in an era of social distancing right now, I'm so grateful for technology like this where we can still connect with one another. I'm Brittany Ostabo, founder of Well House Culture, and I'm super excited to just share some practical tips and tools that you can implement right now to maximize and capitalize on all this time that we have right now, because I don't think we will ever experience something quite like this throughout the rest of our lives where we have this much time on our hands. So the question is, what are we doing with that time? Because time is a currency and it's something that we don't ever get back. So we're going to talk about home building 101 today. Not literally, although for me that's actually a thing. We just bought a house in the last few months and have been doing all the home projects and renovations. And part of my business that I was launching revolved around gathering people, having bi-weekly and monthly gatherings. And in this age of social distancing, that's not a thing right now. So we're taking advantage of the time that we have to do all the outdoor projects and construction projects and get all the things done, so that when the economy and everything opens up again, we're in business. So I want to ask you guys a question. We've all heard the phrase, home is where the heart is, right? Well, I want to ask you guys, what is home to you? What does home look like? I want you guys to actually think about that question. What does home mean? For some people, home is just a place to sleep. It's between four walls. For some, it's spending time with the people that matter most to them. It's creating memories. It's maybe traveling and experiencing the world around you. For some, it's a financial cushion. Everyone has a different perspective on what home means, but for me, home is a state of being. It's living with intention, living in the present moment, and living a life that matters. And so I'm going to talk to you guys today about building your businesses or building your life around the things that you love, the thing that matters most to you. Because when we live in that place, we're fulfilled. There's no seeking these external things to satisfy us. And so the concept I'm going to talk about today is something we've all heard, we've all been taught, but it's something so simple, it's often overlooked and we don't put it into practice. It's so basic. I want you guys to think about home, and I want you to identify 4 to 5 core values. Because if we can't name our values, if I said, what are your core values? And you're sitting there and you're having to think about it, you're probably not living by those values, right? I mean, I floated through life like that because I was living for the approval of other people and living by the opinions of other people versus living and designing life the way I choose to live it. And so core values are such a key thing to a transformative purposeful and meaningful business. Think of your values as the cornerstones of your house. Without those cornerstones in place, you do not have a firm foundation, right? Your house is not going to stand. And so we've all struggled through different things, and in building my first business, I realized I was living by the demands of other people versus living by my values, and it caused a lot of unnecessary frustration because when we say yes to something, it means we're saying no to something else. So we need to let our yeses be yeses and noes be noes. And so once you identify the things that matter most to you, your core values, you can then look at all the things that are presented to you and say, does this align? Does this work with XYZ? Does this make sense? Because you don't ever want to get to the point of feeling resentful because all your time has been filled with things that did not have meaning. So establish those core values, because that is what people are going to know you for. That's whether it's your personal values, your family values, your company values. That is what you stand for, and that is what you are known for. So for me, it's my faith, my family, it's community connection and generosity. And so I asked myself, is this an opportunity to be able to give more, whether it's financial or my time? Is this an opportunity to maximize the time that I have with my family? Does this deepen my relationships with people? Does it enrich our lives in those ways? And so when I built my first business, I made the decision to build a work from home business and teach other people how to build their own businesses and empower them to make their own choices so that I could be home with my family. That is one of my top values, is quality time with my family. I homeschool my children while running a business. Anybody could do it. And so I want you guys to just think about building a life that matters to you. It's crazy to look back on when I started this business almost 7 years ago now. And I had to remind myself to get back to basics, because I think when you start a business, you kind of just get into the momentum of the doing every day, all the daily to-dos, that you forget what brought you the most joy or what you were doing in the beginning to get it off the ground. And every single business, it doesn't matter what you do, revolves around community. We were wired, we were created for community. I'll be the first to tell you, I'm an introvert. I love being home. I absolutely love being home, but I also love community and connection. And so in that, take advantage of this time that you have, even if you're not getting the face-to-face connection. Utilize Zoom, utilize Facebook groups, utilize your phone. I am notorious for voice text messages because they just feel way more personal than a general text. And I know some people can't connect on the phone all the time. So that's a great little just tip. But take advantage of this time to plant the seed, even though you don't see the fruit of it yet. Think of that seed, that idea that's just cracking open under that soil and it hasn't burst forth, because that's coming, guys. As soon as everything opens up, everything's going to be back to normal again. But this is the time to lay the foundation, build those relationships with people, cultivate that community, give people a voice, give people a platform to share their own stories. Encourage people, let them be the greatest champion for your team, your community. I think that's the greatest thing we can do, more than being a talking head in our Facebook groups and fact telling, is giving people a voice, giving people a place at the table. That's cultivating community. Anyway, I hope those are some helpful little tips for you guys. I'm so excited to see you guys at the thing in November and meet all of you. And I'm excited to connect even digitally over social media. Feel free to connect with me at Brittany Ostabo on Facebook and Instagram. And I will see you guys soon.
Thank you, Brittany. Fantastic content. Love it. Can't wait to be with you in Orlando. Can't wait to... Brittany and I were about to have a brainstorming meeting when this all began, and she kind of came down with some version of the flu at the beginning of this, and spent the first half of her pandemic battling something. Who knows what it was. But man, this has been a crazy season, guys. What a day! We've been out this little over 4 hours now. We're down to the last two. We're down to Roberto Candelaria and McNair Wilson. We're finishing strong. It's been a great day. I hope you guys have enjoyed this content. If you've been watching, if you've just come in, people have come and gone all day. I hope you can come back at the end and catch what you didn't catch, and we'll leave it up. And if you sign up in the next week for the thing, I'm going to give you all this content for free. You can have it. You can take it. Watch it again if you want. And as well as the talks from the last two conferences on video on demand for you to watch and do what you want digitally. If you buy a ticket to the thing, you use the code Let's do this. And that's really the message, guys, is let's do this. Now is not the time to sit back anymore. We need your thing. We need to be together. As the creator of the thing, I need you guys to show up. I need you guys to buy a ticket. I need you guys to tell your friends, your tribe. I need you to bring some other people with you. I need you guys, your help for that. And so do what you can. And if you guys, like I said, need to get on a payment plan or something like that, if that's something you need, definitely reach out to me. Slide into my DMs, as Mike Brennan was telling you to do. Reach out. I definitely want to help. I want to serve you. I want to make sure that we can make that possible. And we're going to be announcing some other things coming your way. Maybe even have something in the work for the weekend that was going to be the thing. And we're gonna keep this going and keep plugging along, keep creating content, keep doing our best to serve you guys. And guys, I've gotten to know this guy over the last couple of years. He cares a crap ton about creators and giving you guys the ability to do what you love and actually make a living, to actually have finances back up what your talents are actually good at. And he challenges my thinking on a regular basis. And I'm excited for you to hear from the one and only Roberto Candelaria.
Hey, it's Roberto here, and I am looking forward to seeing you at the thing in November in Orlando, Florida. And until we're able to meet there in just a few months, I wanted to send out a few couple tips for you to help your business, your community, your for-profit or your nonprofit before we're together in November. And so one of the things I love about the thing is the ability to bring so many creatives together, right? Whether you are an author, a speaker, a coach, you're an artist, you're a foodie, you're a blogger, you're a musician. I know that all of you have found your thing or are trying to find your thing to be able to move forward in your business. And so the first thing I want to share with you today is I want to invite you to get clarity around your thing. Now, when I say that I want you to get clarity around your thing, here's what I mean. Is I want you to come to November with an idea of what that thing is, what that thing that you're going to monetize is, that you're going to build a community around. And so is that your book? Is it a speaking? Is it more of your creative artwork? Is it a new foodie blog? And begin to get some clarity around what that business and that community is. Now, have no fear. You don't have to do that alone. And one of the things that I want to invite you to do is as you get clarity around what your thing is, I want to invite you to connect with your ideal audience and have some conversations with them around what it is that they are looking for. Because here's the thing. As you launch your business, as you build your community, it doesn't have to be only about your idea or what you think is best. It's about the people you serve and what they are looking for. The second thing that I want to invite you to do between now and November is figure out, as you build this business, right? As you build this thing, whatever it is, that you take the opportunity to minimize the stress around it. Now, the number one way that I can recommend for you to do this is to stop doing it alone. You know, so many entrepreneurs and community leaders see it as a badge of honor to say, I did this all by myself. And I want to share with you that as you build your thing, that if your thing is a true business, a true community, something that you believe that is going to help hundreds and thousands and hundreds of thousands to millions of people, that no great community, no great movement was ever created alone by just one person. And as you're here as part of Terry's community, one of the things that I know that many of you all love and have in common is your love of Disney and Walt Disney World and Walt Disney just in general, and everything that Disney has acquired over the many years to become part of the Disney family. But here's the thing. You know, Walt Disney once said, yes, it all started with a mouse. He also said, if you can dream it, you can do it. And he also said that we always look forward and that we're curious and that we all move forward. And I want you to hear that we all. Because what Walt Disney knew is that in order to build his thing, in order to build that dream, is that he could not do it alone. And so one of the things I want to invite you to do is to stop doing it alone. Because something that can happen in your thing as you build is you could just stop and say, well, you know what? There's too much technology. I'm not going to do the technology of it. Oh my gosh, I have to go build this website. Oh my gosh, you want me to build an audience? You want me to build a community? You want me to build a Facebook group? You want me to be on Instagram? You want me to create this product? You want me to sell this? And it could be very simple for you to get overwhelmed and stressed out about your thing. And I want to invite you to stop doing it alone and hire that team, hire that virtual assistant, even if you're just starting out, right? And one of the things that I love about Dr. Brene Brown is that she says to go out, right? And to be generous with yourself. And so as you build your thing between now and November, when we're together in Orlando, I want to invite you to be generous with yourself. Now, the next thing that I want to invite you to do, right, is to know the details of your thing. Know the details of your thing. And what I mean by this is it going to be online? Is it going to be offline? Is it going to be digital? Is it going to be a physical thing? Is it going to be an experience? You know, maybe it's a virtual event. Maybe it's a live in-person event. And for some of you, it may even be your podcast or writing your first book. I want to invite you to know the details of how you want to deliver the message around your thing. Because here's the thing. When you know the details around your thing, we can get to my favorite part, which is to do your thing. You see, one of the things that can happen with creatives and with makers is that so often they get overwhelmed with the idea of it, that they only think about their thing and they want to create their thing, but they don't actually go out and do the thing. And I almost said do the damn thing, but you know, I just said it there too. So yeah, we want you to go out and do the damn thing. And one of my mentors once told me, you know, Roberto, perfection is only fancy procrastination. And so I also know that there's some of you that might say, you know what? I really want to get this out, but I can't do it until it's perfect. I want to share with you that, you know, whether it be a website or even this video or an online course, my books, anything that we've launched in business has never been perfect. And, you know, if something ever does come out perfect, I'm going to jump and scream and shout and everything else. Because here's the thing, when you do your thing and you get it out there and you quit procrastinating, here's what happens is you have the opportunity to actually go out and maximize the profitability of your thing. Yes, as a creative, as a maker, as a business owner, it's okay to make money with your thing. And here's the thing. When you have a community, your community wants to buy from you. They want to refer you. They want to engage you. And so here's the thing. As you go out and communicate with your community and you build this, you want to find out what your community wants and deliver it. I'm going to say that again. You want to find out what your community wants and deliver it, because you may have the best idea in your head and you may be like, man, this is what everybody wants. And what you may mean is that that's what everybody needs. That's not what they want. It may be what they need. And so I'm going to invite you to, as you go out and create the profitability of your thing, to say, what is it that they want? And what is it that they need? And remind you about, you know, being a kid. So one of the things that happened with me is I hated taking pills. I still hate them. And I just did not want to take any medicine that they brought to me. And so what they would do is they would literally take my medicine, and I found this out later. If I knew this as a kid, it wouldn't have worked. But what they did is they took the medicine, crushed it up, put it inside some chocolate pudding, because I didn't get fat by not eating, put it inside the chocolate pudding, stirred it up, and I ate it. Now, here's the thing. They sold me what I wanted, which was the chocolate pudding, but they gave me what I needed, which was the medicine. And so as you have conversations with your community, the people that are on this journey with you to help build and monetize and profitize your thing, I want you to have conversations with them so that they can then also see, you know what, they're giving me what I want. And as you give them what they want, they will buy from you. And as they buy from you, you can continue to give them what they need as the stepping stone to build out of the thing. And so I'm going to go back to this thing here on this do your thing in closing is take action. Take action and stop making excuses about why your thing will not work. Do not give power to the COVID, the shelter in place, the quarantine. I mean, my hair is like all types of crazy here because I usually get a haircut like every 10 days, every 12 days. And it's been a hot minute right now that this hasn't happened. And so take action and stop making excuses and waiting for other people to do your thing. Because here's what I know. Your thing is either a priority or it is not. And if it is not a priority, then it is probably not your thing. And I want to invite you to go back to step one to say, how do I get clarity around my thing? Because when you find that thing that you are just so passionate about that you know you have to get it done, you will get it done. So thanks again for watching. I look forward to seeing you in November in Orlando, Florida. If you want to connect with me before then, you can connect with me over at robertoteaches.com. Hang out with us here on Facebook, and I will see you in Orlando.
Thank you, sir. Fantastic. Get clarity around your thing. What is your thing? Knowing it, identifying it, and getting to work on it will change your life. Well, guys, that if you've stuck around, it's about the end. It's about the time to say see you real soon. And we end with McNair. And I think it's the perfect way to end. And I think it's just been a great day. I hope you guys who are on the fence, if you're an alumni, and you're like, oh, I want to register, but I want to get my alumni discount. I'll do a post when this is over with reminding you guys of your discount code for the alumni code, so you guys get that discount and all the bonuses. You guys can get those too. But I really need you guys. Let's get this on the calendar. Let's get your tickets. Some of you that have been watching this have been on the fence about this. Pull the trigger. Get your tickets. The only thing that you really can't do is get your discounted Disney tickets. And the hotel has not switched over to from our May dates to our November dates. But that'll be happening in the next few days as we just wait. And thank you guys so much for joining us on this stream. And we'll if anybody has any questions about the thing during McNair's talk, now's a good time to put your questions in the comments. So just say hashtag question and then ask your question. I'll be looking for those. I'll put those up and we'll answer any of those kind of at the end with any Q&A. And then we'll end right now with a McNair's talk. And so if you got questions, ask them in the comments below. Just start it with hashtag question about the thing, about anything you've heard, about any of this, about how to register, about the details of the thing, anything. I'd happily answer them. We're going on 4.5 hours here. I thought it would be about 5 hours, so we're going to stay under that mark. And but yeah, guys, we're about done. I'm super excited for you to hear from McNair. So without further ado, one of my best friends in the world, phenomenal communicator, great author, former Disney Imagineer, TED speaker, curator of crazy things, the one and only Craig McNair Wilson.
Oh, hey, it's McNair. Welcome to my home studio office, all one word, studio office, also known as my closet of curiosities, pith helmets, globes, you name it. The other day, actually about a month ago now, I got a call from an old friend, a guy I've known 40 years. We worked together, summer camp, we've known each other. Talented guy, artist, musician, very creative. And he said, how's your new book coming? So I told him, probably gave him a more detailed description of the progress of the book than I do most folks. He said, I want to do your cover for you. I said, excuse me, what? He said, I want to do your cover for you. I'm sure you've got ideas, he said, but But, I'm the creative director here. And he's at one of those mega churches out in California that have got several campuses. They do video, they do live streaming, they do all sorts of graphics for seminars and workshops and concerts and special events. They've got a whole team of designers and filmmakers. And he said, we've got all the toys, all the Macintosh computers and the Adobe software. So he said, whatever you need, we can pull it off. He said, I'm sure you've already thought about some ideas and so on. I had. And he didn't know the title yet. Very few people do. And I said, that'd be good. I said, I'm still writing. I've still got, a lot of work to do. But I said, I think that could work. He was a graphic design major in college, as was I, so we have similar sensibility about things. And I thought about it, so we talked for a bit, and I said, but give me a couple weeks to keep finishing the final draft, and I'll get back to you. So 2 days ago, I'm on the phone with another longtime friend. She and her husband are fantastic filmmakers, and they work for an organization that does fundraising for nonprofits. And they make just gorgeous film, beautiful film. And in a staff meeting recently, their CFO said, hey, now everybody, he says, and she told me he's quite a reader. He says, I've got this book and I want everybody to read it. And he holds up a copy of my book, Hatch. And she said, hey, I know the guy who wrote that book. You do? Can we get him in here? So this phone call that she and I were having was about what it would take for me to come in, what kind of things I do when I go into an organization. And they were asking for my assistance with some of their stuff. Now, this is an organization full of creative people. But they thought, having read my book, that I could add something to the process. All of us are good at all kinds of things. We've got talents, skills, and abilities that are valuable to other people. But we also have projects of our own that need to be finished. Some of them need to be started or need to be fixed. But we're afraid to pass it off to anybody, even part of it, because, well, it won't be as good if I don't do it. Well, you know what? It won't be as good at all if nobody does it and it doesn't get done. And even if you delegate part of it or some of it or a big chunk of it to somebody, you can always go back in and fix and edit. On Hatch, I had an idea as to what the cover might be. And I'd seen some posters around town for this world-famous professional theater company. Long story short, I found out that the artist of these posters was the son of the puppeteer, and his sister, their daughter, was one of my favorite baristas. Long story short, we got together. I said, I'd like to hire you to do my cover. I showed him what I had so far, and when I first came up with the idea of a black cover and posted it on Facebook, it doesn't do it justice, little thing. People said, McNair, you can't do a black book cover. And I said, watch me. And I don't know if I'd ever seen a black cover. And so he and I were working, and we were playing with it, and we'd found this font that we really liked for Hatch and for my name. Now, in my pass on the cover, there were lots of colors. There's red and yellow and green and purple, of course, for my name. And he's clicking around, and he said, McNair, and he turned his Mac around, and he said, how about this? And I looked at it, and I said, you know what you've done there? You've reduced the color scheme to the colors of Mickey Mouse: red, yellow, black, and white. Now, I didn't make a big deal about that in the book. We just left it because it worked. Some people notice it, most don't. It's fine. But we collaborated on it. And it got better because I asked him to help me. A couple of years ago, my buddy Terry Weaver, who's sending you these videos, said, my new book, Making Elephants Fly, read it. He said, I've asked various artist friends of mine if they would contribute an illustration to one of the chapters. I've got a few chapters left that still need an illustration. Would you be willing to do one? Of course. I said, send me the chapters that are not yet illustrated. And he sent them to me, and I said, well, I'd like to do this one and this one. Oh, and also this one. So he let me, and I ended up doing an illustration for 3 of the chapters, and I tried to make them all different in style and multimedia. Some of them are a lot of different textures and so on. And I actually like 1 or 2 of them. Well, I was delighted that Terry asked me. Now, I had no worries that whether or not Terry liked my artwork. He asked me. We've got friends that could help us finish that project, complete or get started on that other project. But we won't ask. But if they called you and asked for your help, you'd jump in. You would jump in because you say, yeah, I want to help with that. Well, right now, we got a lot of time. We're not at our offices or our usual places. My place is afternoons and evenings at Starbucks on Barnes. But we need to help each other stay busy, stay creatively challenged and connected. And we do that by calling and asking a friend, could you help me with this? I need your assistance on that. Maybe it's just a piece of information or some research or a knowledge area that they're strong in that they can then help you with. And I bet you just about everybody you call and ask is going to say, love to help. Love to help. When friends call and ask me, I'm always delighted. Sometimes I'm busy and I say, I can't do it right now. Can we do it in a week? Can we do it next month? Sometimes there's close calendar on it and a deadline, but usually we want to help. So reach out to your friends, ask them for some assistance, for their input. They'd love to hear from you. We all need to know that we're still wanted and that there are people out there that appreciate us. And so you'll be the one to call a friend or 2 or 5 and say, can you help me with this? And by the way, if there's something I can help you with, please don't ask. I'm busy.
Wow, thank you, McNair. Guys, what a day. What a freaking day. We spent the afternoon together. We've been hanging out. You guys have been engaged. You've been sharing brilliant advice from McNair to don't just try to do it on your own, but to legitimately ask for help, ask for others to pitch in. And, man, I so appreciate you guys just spending the time to engage in this. Man, the hearts, the comments, the shares, the drawings from Mike Brennan, I'll be sharing those. If you're an alumni, I'll be about to share the alumni opportunities for them. And that's one of the things you get when you're an alumni is you get plugged into our community, you get plugged into our group. And if it, just last minute, if anybody has any questions about the thing, I just genuinely appreciate everyone just for taking your time out of your day. I know you guys have businesses that you're trying to grow and serve, and families that you're trying to keep fed, and just the world hasn't stopped, even though it seems like it's slowed down. We've all had to live. We've all had to figure out how to serve our clients and do the work we're called to do. I greatly appreciate you guys for taking the time. I hope you've gotten content that you're going to be able to apply and actually do something with. You're going to actually not just have heard a big afternoon pep rally, but have actually got content that's going to help and serve you in building your business, in growing your thing, because we do need your thing. We need what you do. The world needs you now more than ever. We need you to run through the wall with your ideas. As we started with our good friend the Kool-Aid Man, that we need you to be that guy. We need you to go run through some walls. We need you to go out and to take your things and to apply the Kool-Aid Man principle and shout, oh well, and run through some walls of those things that you want to make happen. There are a great number of people that are just bailing and quitting. But I'm super grateful to be around a group of people. And I think if you've learned about our speakers and our community, that we're the kind of group that together is going to say, oh yeah, we're not quitting. We're not stopping. We're going to run through walls. Guys, thank you for this. Thank you just for paying attention. I'm exhausted. I didn't get much sleep last night, but it was well worth it, I think. What's really going to make it worth it for me is when you guys can two things. Two things. One, sign up and register and be sure you're joining us in Orlando. And 2, do something between now and then. Actually launch those things you've been dreaming about. I've got some big things I've been wanting to do that I'm going to launch. I've got some things I've started that I need to finish. I've got a big weekend project that's going to require me to actually clean my office. Which, if you know anything about me, I think my mom's been trying to get me to do that my entire life. Well, guys, it's been real. I'm going to wrap this up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you with a challenge. I'm going to end with how we began, with just the thing video, the trailer for the thing, and then that'll be it. When that's over, we'll end. But what I want to do is I want to challenge you to, as you're watching the trailer, to go to thething.live right now, use the code Let's Do This, and sign up for the thing. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for an amazing afternoon. Thank you for just engaging with all of the speakers, and thank you for your kind words. You know what? We need your thing. And we'll see you at the thing. Hi, my name is Terry Weaver, and I am founder of The Thing. A few years ago, some friends and I got together and thought, wow, there really should be a place for those people that are the round pegs and square holes, those people who think differently, those people who are dreamers and doers, those people are the creators, the makers, and the misfit makers. And so we created an event just for you. So the first ticket that you can get to join us at The Thing is the VVIP ticket. And that's a special ticket that lets you come in a couple of days before the event begins. We'll spend a day in a resort hotel, in a suite there, going together through your ideas. We'll take your idea through the same process that Disney Imagineering takes their ideas through, actually with a Disney Imagineer.
This is my second time coming back to The Thing for the VVIP day. I've really applied a lot of things that I've been thinking about, and today was a really good day to reflect on those and see what I need to do to take next steps for the next year.
Both Terry and McNair Wilson have been incredibly helpful. They've got me thinking in new directions, and things they've come up with ideas for me that I never would have come up with.
Being able to work through projects together, everybody collaborating, working together, helping each other figure out how do we do things next.
The Thing helps kind of get you out of your comfort zone and definitely helps you.
The VIP thing is your chance to come in a day before the conference begins. We'll spend that day in a Walt Disney theme park. You'll get to experience all of the excitement of the theme park, and you'll get to see it from the guided tour with a Disney Imagineer. We'll take you kind of a little bit behind the dreams, and you'll see kind of how Disney makes their magic and how you can apply that to the work that you do. And then right before the Thing conference begins, you'll get a bonus breakout session just for those that have bought the VIP and the VVIP tickets.
I came here only knowing one person, but the conversations that we're getting into, the content is great, but the conversations are even better.
If you want to dream again, if you thought, like, what am I doing with my life, and you have ideas, I encourage you to come and dream.
Lastly, there's the main thing. That's the main conference. It's your general admission to come and join us and to be in the room and be one of those world changers that's making a difference. If we can't have the wonder of a child, we're going to be stuck in a place we can't get out of.
It's easy to go out and do a good job every day. It's really hard to do a great job every day. And it's easy to settle. It is so easy to settle at good and not go to great.
If you don't know what's important and valuable to you, the world will decide what's for you.
People buy outcomes, not time.
You have to know what's on brand and what's off brand.
Core values is the number one thing that you have to know how to cultivate the community with grit that you're really looking for.
They're one decision away from making that big move they really need. And maybe you've got that piece they need.
Before you can even ask for anything of anybody, you got to go ahead and jab them with content that edifies and educates and builds them up.
You want to be the person who brings context to that content because you want to be the transformation.
In this place, we're all peers, we're all creatives working together, and we get this fantastic sense that, like, we're moving together as a group.
It's just mind opening. I don't see a reason why you should not come.
and it's been life-changing for me in a few ways, which sounds cliche, but really it's helped me shift my focus in new and creative ways, and I'm excited to see what's ahead.
No person wants to follow someone who's waiting until they have the following to start speaking with truth. It begins here, and it begins now, and it begins with the people who are currently connected to you.
This is my idea, it's what I want to do, but let me tell you about it.
Working with somebody else, that's actually collaboration, is when you actually have somebody else who complements you to kind of bring something new to the table.
Your worth creates your work, not the other way around.
If you can get that one thing right for that person who's an expert in that area, then they will think you got everything else right too.
What I believe is that we get to create our own destiny, but it starts with the stories that we tell ourselves.
You're either sacrificing for your thing, or you're sacrificing your thing.
Trust your thing, people. It'll take you far.
Let's create a culture that we all want to live in. Let's create the future we imagine.
Make encouragement your thing.
So whatever your thing is, make sure you're living it 100% all the time. And I promise you that your thing will go to the next level.
If you are looking for a community of doers, of dreamers, of builders, of makers of things, you want to be able to come to the thing. And more than anything else, you will get to participate in a community of people who are so incredibly generous with their knowledge, with their time. If you need one more thing to get you boosted up to the next level, you'll find it at the thing. So don't miss it next year, 2020. Get ready right now. Come to the thing.